Welcome friends, this is Mike Williams. Many folks who follow my McCartney research have asked which of my shows are the ones to watch to get a foundational understanding of the Paul is Dead conspiracy. So with this video, I have combined 3 of my full-length presentations to help those who are curious or interested in my Paul is Dead work. The shows I have included in this video are The Beatles, Paul McCartney and the Grand Illusion, the Paul McCartney, Vivian, Stanshall and Phil Ackrill analysis, and the Memoirs of Billy Shears Roundtable. If you would like to comment, the comment section is open on my Paul is Dead channel. I included the link below in the description box. Thank you for listening. Welcome friends to another Paul is Dead discussion. The following presentation on the McCartney conspiracy will cover approximately 70 slides. Some of the content in this video I have discussed during other shows, but not to the degree that I felt was required to really drive the points home. So this presentation will go deeper into some of that material. This video also includes new content, specifically with regard to the theory of 2 permanent Paul replacements. And I would also like to thank all those who have shared their research with me. It is the collective effort that will help us break the Paul is Dead code. And so with that, let's move to the table of contents. I will start the presentation off by talking about the many faces of Paul McCartney. Then we will spend some time talking about the Pyramid of Power and Freemasonry. I will then present an overview of Tavistock. We'll talk about titles and awards, specifically with regard to the British Crown. Then we'll take a look at how to read and interpret the Memoirs of Billy Shears. We will then discuss the Masonic technique of masterfully speaking. Then we'll get into the possible death scenarios of Paul McCartney. Then the theory of the 2 falls or the primary replacements. Then we'll get into some dot connecting and other perspectives. And then we will discuss the Vivian, Stanshall and Phil Ackrill linkage to Bill. And then I will conclude the presentation with a summary of findings. And be sure to stick around after the presentation where I have included some interesting video clips I have compiled over time. And so with that, let's move to the next slide and the many faces of Paul McCartney. There were different iterations of Paul McCartney seen by the public over the years. I will present a case for 2 permanent replacements who were in place before 1966. Aside from the 2 permanent replacements, there were other actors who paged in and out playing the part over time. Since the internet as we know it began around 1990, it is my contention that many of the images were doctored starting in the 1960s in order to confuse and condition the public. This means those controlling the PSYOP had 25 to 30 years to alter images along with photographing the various actors playing the role over that time span. The different actors and altering of photos is the main reason why many Paul is Dead researchers have difficulty deciphering who is who over the past 50 years or so. And to prove this point, let's take a look at some of those pictures. I had known of the Paul is Dead theory going back to the mid-1970s, and I studied the clues, but I chalked it up as the Beatles being clever and a marketing ploy to sell more records. Then around 2.5 years ago, I read the Memoirs of Billy Shears, and this reignited my interest in the Paul is Dead conspiracy. After reading the book, I decided to put a collage of pictures together to see if the conspiracy was really worth looking at, resulting in the slides you see here. And much to my amazement, the differences were not even subtle. For example, picture number 1, which is biological Paul, looks nothing like picture number 2, which is supposed to be McCartney during the 1964-65 era. In picture number 3, we can see that version of Paul has a different nose in picture number 1, where the nostrils in picture number 3 are flared. Picture number 4 shows a longer chin and jawline, as does picture number 5. Picture number 6 has similarities to biological Paul, but it still looks very different than the other images. With picture number 7, we see yet again another version of Paul who looks nothing like picture number 8, and picture number 8 is clearly not the same person in picture number 1. So as you can see, this was starting to become very interesting. Now let's move to the next slide. Again, with this collage, we have biological Paul in the number 1 position. Picture number 2 is allegedly a picture of Paul before Beatle fame, but in actuality appears to be a composite image morphing the face of Bio Paul and a replacement, most likely Bill Shepherd. Picture number 3, in my opinion, looks nothing like Paul. Picture number 4 has the longer chin and beak nose, as does pictures number 5, 7, and 8. To me, picture number 6 has the closest resemblance to biological Paul than any of the other pictures, and in case anyone was wondering, it is my opinion that pictures number 4, 5, 7, and 8 are Bill Shepherd, with pictures number 3 and 6 being other actors. Now let's talk a bit about Michael Jackson. As I have mentioned in a number of shows, the surgery a Paul replacement went through was extensive. It is not a simple case of a facelift. We are told in Memoirs that aside from the surgeries, there were fillers to round out the face and also the use of latex, which we will discuss next. Now, Michael Jackson is a great example of how surgery can completely change the appearance of a person's facial features. Here we have 6 images of Michael Jackson taken over time. Picture number 1 is Michael when he was a young boy with the Jackson 5. If we ask someone who had no knowledge of Michael Jackson if the person in picture number 1 is the same person in picture number 4, they would in all likelihood say no. If we ask that same individual if the person in picture number 2 is the same person in picture number 5, or if the person in picture number 3 is the same person in picture number 6, I would bet the response would be no, they are not the same person. However, those of us familiar with Michael Jackson know that all of the pictures above are indeed Michael, and his facial appearance changed drastically over the years due to surgeries. So when folks are skeptical about the ability to alter someone's appearance to look like Paul McCartney, I point to Michael Jackson as Exhibit A. Now let's take a moment and talk about latex. In a moment, I'm going to show you 2 videos proving latex is definitely being used as part of Paul's or Bill's disguise. The first clip is from a 1970s rehearsal of Jet. In that clip, I will slow down and freeze frame the video at the point where the latex sags and drops into his lower neck area. The second clip is Paul being interviewed by Bob Costas. I believe it was the early 1990s. During the interview, Paul places his index finger to his right temple area and the latex bunches, and then takes a moment to smooth out again once he removes his finger from his face. So let's take a look at both those videos now. Okay, here's the Jet rehearsal from the 1970s. I believe it was 1973. Pay very close attention to Bill's neck and throat area. You're going to see the latex disfigure, and it's going to drop and droop into his lower neck. Here it is in slow motion. Let's play it again in slow motion. And you can see how it has disfigured. And here's the still. Okay, so something's not right, and the something that's not right is the latex not staying in place. Here is the Bob Costas interview. Watch when Bill places his index finger to his temple area, and then when he removes his finger, you're going to see that the latex takes a little while to reform. Now let's do that in slow motion. Okay, so watch. He keeps his finger there, and as he does, the latex starts to scrunch up. And by the way, law enforcement will tell you that somebody who speaks and touches their face often, they will tell you that that is a possible sign of deception and not telling the truth. I'll just put that out there. Now he'll take his finger away from his face and take a look at what happens. The latex does not reform quickly. It takes a little while. Take a look at that. Here's a still, and you can see how the latex is bunched up under his finger, and then another still afterwards where it took some time to reform. Okay? That's latex, folks. Now let's talk a bit about Freemasonry and the Illuminati, both of which Bill discusses in the Memoirs of Billy Shears in a chapter titled Masonic Checkmate. The G in Freemasonry represents God, geometry, and gatekeeper. The 33 degrees equals the 33 vertebrae of the spine. There are 13 degrees above the 33rd degree, known as the degrees of the Illuminati. The 13 degrees correspond to the 13 major parts of the brain. There are 20 degrees of rank above the Illuminati that few humans have ever heard of. High-degree Masons receive the secret Luciferian rituals. Masons do much of the Illuminati's networking, and Bill references the Committee of 300, and Lucifer rules the world. Let's move to the next slide. This slide is a graphic of what I refer to as the Pyramid of Power. We see the 33 degrees of the Scottish Rite at the bottom of the pyramid. Then the next level up are the 13 degrees of the Illuminati. And then above that, 20 additional degrees, consisting of people or beings we will most likely never know. And at the very top of the pyramid is Lucifer. When we total the degrees, it sums to 66. There are 66 chapters in Memoirs. It's my belief that Bill is above the 33rd degree and in the illuminated degrees. I base this on the fact that Bill is allowed to tell us about the Pyramid of Power and also how I observe high-ranking Freemasons behave around him, like 32nd and 33rd degree Masons. It's a subtle interaction, but other Masons defer to Bill, indicating he is of higher rank. One example that comes to mind was a private event at the White House when Bill was sitting next to Barack Obama and Jerry Seinfeld was doing a stand-up. The body language of both Bill and Obama gave the impression to me that Obama was hosting a superior, and Seinfeld, in his routine, came across tentative and appeared to step lightly around the jokes when his routine included Bill or the Beatles. In other words, Seinfeld looked as if he was being very careful not to insult the guest of honor. The next time he's doing an interview, take a look at the body language and how the other person takes a measured approach when speaking to Bill. And now let's move to the next slide. Here's a slide I put together a while back to show how Masonic symbolism is hidden in plain sight. Here we have two iconic Beatle releases, the Red and Blue Greatest Hits albums. The 1963 through 1966 Red album represents the Masonic Red Lodge and the Biological Paul era. And the Blue album, which covers the 1967 through 1970 time period, symbolizes the Masonic Blue Lodge and Bill's tenure with the Beatles. And of course the lyric from Hello Goodbye, I don't know why you say goodbye, I say hello, is Bill telling us not to fret. He's here to carry on the Beatle legacy. And as a side note, notice how both aprons look exactly like the Gmail icon. And with that, let's move to the next slide and talk about Tavistock. Tavistock was founded in 1920 as the Tavistock Institute of Medical Psychology. In September 1947, it became the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations. Note September being the 9th month, and the sum of the last two digits of the year 47 totaling to 11, and we have the 9/11 date being played again. Tavistock is headquartered in London and has strong ties to Freemasonry. The publicly stated mission of Tavistock is to combine research into social sciences with professional practice. However, alternative researchers have found that Tavistock is in the business of modifying individual behavior through psychology, meaning they are developers of mass mind control. Tavistock techniques break down the psychological strength of the individual, and crowd control methods have been widely used on the American public. The use of drugs is a common denominator identifying Tavistock's strategy. For example, the LSD counterculture of the 1960s, the student revolution, etc., were all financed by the CIA to the tune of $25 million, and Tavistock controls the National Education Association. No one achieves prominence in any field unless trained in behavioral science at Tavistock or one of its subsidiaries. Its network now extends from the University of Sussex to the United States through the Stanford Research Institute, the Esalen Institute, MIT, the Hudson Institute, the Heritage Foundation, and the Center of Strategic and International Studies at Georgetown, where State Department personnel, U.S. Air Force intelligence, and the Rand and Mida corporations are trained. A network of secret groups like the Mont Pelerin Society, the Trilateral Commission, the Ditchley Foundation, and the Club of Rome are all conduits for the Tavistock network. So as we can see, Tavistock's influence is pervasive across the controlling apparatus, and its main goal via the music industry is to social engineer the masses. Now let's discuss titles bestowed upon many in the music and entertainment industry. Many times we become aware of ceremonies where an artist is knighted or receives some award by the Queen or some other royal entity. The most excellent order of the British Empire is an order of chivalry established on June 4, 1917 by George V. The order comprises 5 classes in civil and military divisions. One way to tell who's in the big club that we don't belong to is by the titles awarded by the British Crown. It is my contention that none of these titles are given to anyone who is not in the club or within the Pyramid of Power. These titles are awarded to individuals based on their level of contribution in support of the controller's agenda. Many prominent artists will have the letters MBE, OBE, or CBE after their names, or be referred to as Sir, where Sir means in service to the crown. All of these people, whether they admit it or not, are within the pyramid structure, meaning they are part of various secret societies, with Freemasonry being the most prominent. Here are the 5 classes in ascending order of seniority. First is the MBE, or Member of the Order of the British Empire, which is given for outstanding achievement or service to the community. All 4 Beatles received their MBEs back in 1965. The OBE, or Officer of the Order of the British Empire, is awarded for having achieved a major local role in any activity, including work which has made that person known nationally in their chosen area. The CBE, or Commander of the Order of the British Empire. The CBE is awarded for having a prominent but lesser role at the national level or a leading role at the regional level. It can also be awarded for a distinguished or innovative contribution to any area. Then we have the KBE or DBE, a Knight or Dame Commander of the Order of the British Empire. If you are a man and you receive a KBE, you can use the title Sir. If you are a woman, you can use the title of Dame. Notable non-Brits are only eligible for honorary knighthood, meaning they are not allowed to add Sir or Dame to their names. They do, however, get to append the suffix KBE to their monikers if they desire to do so. Bono, Bill Gates, Steven Spielberg, and Michael Bloomberg are all technically KBEs. And last but not least is the highest award, the GBE, or a Knight or Dame Grand Cross, which is very rare. Now let's take a look at a small sampling of names in the club who have received these awards. Here is a very partial list of artists that have received MBEs, OBEs, CBEs, and or the KBE. Ian Anderson, Bono, Eric Clapton, Joe Cocker, Roger Daltrey, Ray Davies, David Essex, Brian Ferry, Barry Gibb, David Gilmour, George Harrison, Mick Jagger, Elton John, Tom Jones, Annie Lennox, George Martin, Brian May, Paul McCartney, Van Morrison, Graham Nash, Olivia Newton-John, Jimmy Page, Cliff Richard, Ravi Shankar, Ringo Starr, Rod Stewart, and Sting. And now let's take a look at some artists that have received the KBE or have been knighted. Bob Geldof, KBE, Sir George Martin, Sir Paul McCartney, Sir Elton John, Ravi Shankar, KBE, Sir Mick Jagger, Bono, KBE, Sir Van Morrison, Sir Rod Stewart, Sir Ray Davies, David Bowie, who rejected his, Sir Richard Starkey, and Sir Barry Gibb. And again, this is a very, very small example of artists and musicians who have received this type of recognition from the British Crown. Now let's move to the next segment and discuss the importance of occult numbers within the Beatles construct. Another very significant variable in the controlling matrix and with the Beatles as part of Tavistock's social engineering is numbers. In the mystery religions, numbers are woven into the very fabric of existence. The adepts and initiates within the matrix utilize numbers to steer human consciousness in the direction they have plotted out. A fabulous book that helped me to understand the importance of numbers is The Secret Science of Numerology by Shirley Blackwell Lawrence. I highly recommend the book to anyone wanting to understand how numerology is embedded in everything we experience in this reality, including the words we speak. Now let's take a look at the awards given to the Beatles along with the numbers and see if the 9s and 6s are in play. As I mentioned earlier, all 4 Beatles received their MBEs back in 1965, with John Lennon returning his 4 years later. The receiving of the MBEs is a strong indicator of the Beatles being members of the club or Freemasons. In the Memoirs of Billy Shears, Bill tells us he's all about the 6s and biological Paul is all about the 9s. And as I have discussed in other shows, the 9s and 6s are used over and over within the Beatles construct. We have Revolution number 9, John Lennon's number 9 Dream, biological Paul's last name having 9 letters, Bill utilizing dates, regrouping to 9 for album releases. The Beatles' first album was released on March 22nd or 322, the Skull and Bones number, which regroups to 3 times 22 or 66, representing the 66 degrees within the pyramid structure. Sgt. Pepper was released on June 1st or 6 times 1, which equals 6. Biological Paul's birthday is June 18th, which reconciles to 6 plus 1 plus 8, which equals 15, and then 1 plus 5 equals 6. And the last 2 digits of the year 1942, 4 plus 2, sums to 6. so biological Paul's date of birth regroups to 66 as well. Now let's take a look at the numbers associated with Beatle MBEs, knighthoods, and other honors. The Beatles received their MBEs on October 26, 1965. Note that the last two digits of the year, 65, 6 plus 5 equals 11. 11 is a master number in Freemasonry. October 26 breaks down to 1 plus 0 plus 2 plus 6, which equals 9. Therefore, the Beatles received their MBEs on 9/11. John Lennon returned his MBE on November 25, 1969. Again, notice the last two digits of the year, 6 and 9. November 25 breaks down to 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 5, which equals 9. Bill, as McCartney, was knighted on March 11, 1997. March 11th equals 3 times 11, which equals 33, another master number within Freemasonry, and 3 times 3 equals 9. Bill was 60 when he was knighted in 1997. 6 plus 0 equals 6. Ringo was knighted at age 77, an occulted number, on March 20th, 2018. March 20th is 3 times 20, which equals 60. 6 plus 0 equals 6. Bill, as McCartney again, received the Companion of Honor on May 4th, 2018. May 4th is 5 plus 4. 5 plus 4 equals 9. So as we can see, the occulted numbers, especially the 6s and 9s, are very important to the Beatles story. Now let's shift gears a bit and talk about whether the Beatles were ever organic, meaning untainted by Masonry or Tavistock. There are Paul is Dead researchers who naively believe the Beatles were untouched by the Matrix and only became a Tavistock or Masonic entity upon the death of Paul McCartney and the arrival of Bill. It is very important to understand the music and entertainment industry, along with just about everything else within this realm, is completely controlled. As I mentioned in the Tavistock portion of this presentation, no one achieves prominence in any field without being connected into the pyramid of power. One can argue the Beatles were possibly organic during the very early days when they were playing the Cavern in Hamburg, but even this is a dubious claim when we have Stuart Sutcliffe making Masonic hand gestures during the early years when he was playing with the Beatles. To put a stake in the ground, it is certain the Beatles were controlled once they were quote-unquote discovered, signed, and groomed. It is my position, based on my research, that the Beatles were on Tavistock's radar very early on, like many other bands, such as the Rolling Stones. I have made a case that it is highly likely Brian Epstein was a Freemason, otherwise he would not have been allowed to operate within the inner circle. We know Beatle producer George Martin, as well as EMI head Joseph Lockwood, were high-level Masons and knighted. We know that EMI was part of the British military-industrial complex. We know all 4 Beatles received MBEs in 1965, and the 2 surviving Beatles, Bill and Ringo, were knighted. Therefore, it is logical to deduct that all 4 Beatles were Freemasons. And another question I have raised has to do with Pete Best. Was Pete pushed out of the band because he was not in the Brotherhood? I believe this is very likely and the reason he was replaced with Ringo. Again, it is not possible for the Beatles to have achieved the fame and fortune they received without being in the club and controlled from the onset, because as I stated earlier, the music and entertainment industry is completely controlled. Another question that comes up often is whether Theodor Adorno of the Frankfurt School wrote the Beatles' music. Based on my research, there is no hard proof of Adorno's participation, and to complicate things, it certainly appears the Beatles did write original compositions. However, and here's the catch, writing 237 original songs, 305 with cover tunes, from 1963 through 1969 is deemed highly improbable by many professional songwriters. If we do the math, this means that John Lennon and Paul McCartney, with contributions from George Harrison, would have needed to pen, on average, 40 original songs a year. To record 40 songs a year means many more songs would be needed above the 40 per year in order to get down to those compositions deemed viable candidates for record releases. On the surface, this level of prolific songwriting does appear questionable, as well as many of the lyrics appearing beyond the life experience of 20-year-olds. Therefore, it is possible that uncredited hired guns were used to generate a backlog of songs to be considered for recording, and it is also possible that professionals were brought in to edit original songs by Lennon and McCartney to ensure proper song structure and popular appeal. For example, we know George Martin was instrumental in shaping the Beatles' sound. However, with the passing of time, more information has emerged showing his role with the Beatles to be far more involved than originally portrayed, including the writing out of guitar riffs to be played by George Harrison. Therefore, the Adorno question or an Adorno type of setup is a legitimate question since the sheer volume of songs written and recorded certainly calls into question whether the Beatles wrote all of their own material. Now let's talk about the Memoirs of Billy Shears and its Masonic structure. The book's author or encoder is Thomas Hugh Harriot, with the story being told in the first person by one William Shepard, who I refer to as Bill. Bill claims to have been playing the role of Paul McCartney since biological Paul's death in 1966. Memoirs was originally released on September 9, 2009, and another example of specific numerology cloaked around the Beatles, in this case 999. And the updated version of Memoirs was made available for pre-order on September 9, 2018, representing another 999. Some Paul is Dead researchers have criticized the book by either not reading it correctly or worse, not reading it at all. Although Memoirs is classified as historical fiction, it is indeed truthful if the book is read correctly. In Memoirs, there is an abundance of masterful disclosure. Memoirs, which is written in layers, initiates its readers by degree. Layer by layer, it gradually brings people into the inner circle of what it refers to as enlightenment, if written, encoded, layered, and read as intended. And now let's discuss the layering and encoding within Memoirs. As I just mentioned, Memoirs contains 3 layers. Layer 1 is reading the book as we normally would from left to right. Layer 2, which is the example on this slide, is reading the bolded out text of each page. Layer 3 is the acrostical coding, or reading the text vertically, and I will show you an example of the 3rd layer in a moment. Reading all 3 layers is key to digging deep and understanding the conspiracy. I highlighted the bolded out text, and here's what it says. I play the long-running show. All performances require each have one role with a name in some other show. Every role has its own name. The part of Paul is the same. I go by several names. So here, Bill is telling us Paul McCartney is a role he plays, along with other characters in his repertoire. All 666 pages of Memoirs are coded this way. Now let's move to the next slide and take a look at the acrostical coding. Acrostical is a series of lines or verses in which the first, last, or other particular letters, when taken in order, spell out a word, phrase, etc. A hidden acrostical message runs through the printed versions of the Memoirs of Billy Shears. Through all of the pages, the first letter of each odd-numbered line of each chapter or section combines to form a special hidden message that relates to the content. To the right is an example from chapter 65 of the book. In this example, the first letter of each odd-numbered row has been highlighted to show the coding. Reading vertically, the first letter of each odd-numbered row, the message says, "The Illuminati rules the world." That and the rest of the book is true. Take the satanic connection with salt and peppers or not at all. Aleister Crowley and Kenneth Anger were miserable without love. I am William. It is as plainly shown as can be. We have different DNA, voice, and looks. It's a laugh still. Please get to know me. Now for some, this might seem very odd with talk of the Illuminati. This is the reason I presented the Pyramid of Power, Freemasonry, Tavistock, and numerology before getting to this point in the presentation. Memoirs divulges the occult machinery behind the Beatles story. And by reading all 3 layers of the book, not only does the reader get a thorough understanding of the Beatle myth itself, but also an understanding of how the world is controlled by those within the Pyramid of Power, which of course includes secret societies and Tavistock. Now let's talk about the Masonic technique of masterfully speaking. For those that follow my work, you have heard me talk about how Masons masterfully speak. When a Freemason masterfully speaks, they can disclose all kinds of information if they do it masterfully. The following is an excerpt from an email I received from a high-level Mason. Quote, "Initiates receive the secret Masonic traditions, along with their ritualistic enactments, signs, tokens, penalties, etc., bit by bit, grace for grace, degree by degree. If at any point they go against the pyramid, they are out. To stay in those inner circles of illumination, they can only disclose what is allowed, and only within the parameters allowed. Otherwise, they are seen as profane fools who feed pearls to swine." End of quote. For celebrities such as David Letterman or Denny Lane who joke about Paul's death and replacement, they always address the subject in a subtle, layered meaning, thus showing their place in the inner circle. They can disclose all kinds of information if they do it masterfully. John, Paul, and William, and others in that circle, such as the Rolling Stones, were skilled at concealing messages by layering meanings. Now let's discuss a recent event where Bill masterfully speaks. Masterfully speaking is very subtle, and it takes some practice to pick up on the nuances when a Mason communicates. In a recent statement to the press after receiving the Companion of Honor, Bill said, quote, "I see this as a huge honor for me and my family, and I think of how proud my Liverpool mom and dad would have been to see this." End quote. Now let's analyze the statement, which has two distinct components. In the first part of the statement, he says, "I see this as a huge honor for me and my family." Then Bill adds, "and I think of how proud my Liverpool mom and dad would have been to see this." This is an example of masterfully speaking. The first part of the statement, "I see this as a huge honor for me and my family," is sufficient to close the statement, since my family encompasses his parents. But by adding my Liverpool mom and dad, he is now acknowledging another set of people, biological Paul's parents, not his. This is the same method of communicating he used on a Letterman show back in 2009, and it is the same method Denny Laine used during an interview back in 2016 when he was asked about playing with Billy Shepherd. Now let's take a moment and dissect both Bill's dialogue with David Letterman and the Denny Laine interview I just mentioned. Back in 2009, Bill was on the David Letterman show, who is also a high-level Mason, and the conversation is a textbook example of masterfully speaking. I will break the clip down to point out when the masterful speaking is taking place and decode the true meaning of what is being said. Then we will move to the Denny Laine clip and walk through that dialogue.
Toward the end of the 60s, is that when the rumors about you being dead surfaced? Do you remember that? Do you remember how that started? What were your feelings about that?
What happened? Yeah, my feeling. What happened was we did a cover for a record called Abbey Road, and we... See, even the cover gets applause. And the idea was to walk across the crossing, and I showed up that day with sandals, flip-flops, and so it was so hot, and I kicked them off and walked across barefooted. So this started some rumor that because he was barefooted, he's dead.
In this exchange, Bill tells a story about showing up to the Abbey Road photo shoot in sandals, and it was so hot that day, he took the sandals off and walked across the hot pavement barefooted. So there are two questions. Why would anyone walk across hot pavement barefooted when they have footwear to protect their feet from the heat or from possibly getting burned? This seems very odd. And why would he wear sandals to the photo shoot? The answer to both questions is quite simple. The story is not supposed to make sense. If the listener uses common sense and discernment, they would realize this story cannot be true. What Bill is communicating by telling a nonsensical story is he was supposed to be barefoot for the Abbey Road photo shoot. And the reason he wore the sandals was because he needed to easily slip in and out of his footwear because being barefoot was how the photos were to be taken. Therefore, it is reasonable to conclude the death clue and the subsequent rumor was planned all along.
And how do you manage something like that? Because it was a global rumor.
Yeah. I mean, I just laughed at it and knew it was just because of the fame and the craziness. It was an American DJ, so you guys are to blame.
Yeah.
Not you personally, but... No, the thing is, I just laughed it off, but it was a little bit strange because people did start looking at me like...
Right.
Is it him or a very good double?
Here Bill jokes that people looked at me very strange and asked if it was him or a very good double. By switching the wording from me to him, Bill has moved into a third-person narrative. So when he says people were looking at me, he is referring to himself as Bill. And when he says people were asking is it him, he is referring to biological Paul. What Bill is telling us is there are two different but interwoven personalities in play, one being himself as the very good double, and the other being biological Paul.
Well, that was the idea. That was the other part of it, that there was a guy who looked like you taking your place.
No, well, this is him.
Yeah.
This exchange is very slick. Letterman says that was the idea. That was the other part of it. There was a guy that looked like you taking your place. And Bill very cleverly responds, no, well, this is him, meaning he is the replacement. Letterman's choice of wording is very interesting. What he was saying was the idea was to have someone play the part, and then Bill responds that he is that person. He is the person playing the part. He is the very good double. This is a great example of masterfully speaking between two high-level Masons.
Or is it?
Here we have Bill and Letterman getting a chuckle out of the exchange as the profane masses laugh at their own ignorance. Then we have the icing on the cake when Bill puts his finger to his lips, which is the Masonic hand gesture meaning tell no secrets. This dialogue between Bill and Letterman is masonry at its best. They are disclosing the truth for all to see and hear, but very few will understand what is being communicated to them. Now let's take a moment and analyze an interview Denny Laine did around the 2016 time period. It was a YouTube interview where the host, with more than a couple of drinks under his belt, is asking Denny Laine about what it was like to play with Billy Shepherd. Let's play the clip, then analyze Denny's responses as he masterfully speaks.
Can I ask you one final question? And this is the question I was so scared to ask you of. Can I ask it? Can I ask it?
Go for it.
Well, okay. I'm going to go in. If you say cut this question, we'll cut it.
Just ask the big setup.
What was it like playing with Billy Shepherd instead of fucking Paul McCartney?
Who's Billy Shepherd?
I don't know.
Billy Shears.
The host asked Laine what it was like to play with Billy Shepherd. Laine responds by asking, who is Billy Shepherd? You mean Billy Shears. From Memoirs, we know Shears is a play on Bill's last name of Shepherd. So here Denny is both denying and confirming Bill's surname, and only those who understand the connection to the names will understand what he is saying. Billy Shears is Billy Shepherd.
Billy Shears Campbell. Thank you. That's all you had to say, my friend.
The interviewer incorrectly assumes Denny means Billy Shears Campbell, and then Laine chuckles with duper's delight. With this reaction, Denny is telling us Bill's name is not Billy Shears Campbell.
The one and only Billy Shears. Sir, it was an honor to play with you. Can I get a picture made with you?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, can you cut that?
Could have been here all night otherwise.
You're an amazing performer, sir.
Who the hell's Billy Campbell anyway?
At the very end of the interview, Laine rhetorically asks, who the hell is Billy Campbell anyway? Correcting the interviewer's reference to the Campbell name. Now, the most important takeaway from this exchange is Denny never mentions the name Paul McCartney during the dialogue. Why did he not mention McCartney? It's because there is no biological Paul McCartney, but there is a person he refers to as Billy Shears, and that is the person he knows. Therefore, never mentioning McCartney is intentional. Now I will run the clip again without pausing. Pay very close attention to how Denny nuances the conversation.
And this is the question I was so scared to ask you of.
Nah.
Can I ask it? Can I ask it?
Go for it.
Well, okay. I'm going to go in. If you say cut this question, we'll cut it.
Just ask the big setup.
What was it like playing with Billy Shepherd instead of fucking Paul McCartney?
Who's Billy Shepherd?
I don't know.
Billy Shears.
Billy Shears Campbell. Thank you. That's all you had to say, my friend. The one and only Billy Shears. Sir, it was an honor to play with you. Can I get a picture made with you?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, can you cut that?
Could have been here all night otherwise.
You're an amazing performer, sir.
Who the hell's Billy Campbell anyway?
Let's shift gears now and discuss two scenarios involving the death of Paul McCartney. The first scenario involves Paul being murdered by the CIA or a deep state faction. This information came to me from a confidential source who claimed they were not invested in the Paul is dead conspiracy, although they are involved in social engineering research. They told me their information was a result of a first-person encounter in the mid-1990s with people associated with the military-industrial complex. During this encounter, There was a conversation where it was revealed that there were two primary Paul replacements. One replacement was what the source referred to as the street Paul, who was not a musician but a public figure. The other, who I believe to be Bill Shepherd, was the musician Paul responsible for songwriting and performing. If this scenario is true, it may very well explain why it is difficult to reconcile the many faces of Paul McCartney. The second scenario looks at Paul's death as a result of his involvement either knowingly or unknowingly in the occult. This information was compiled from multiple sources, including my own research, and most of these sources are invested in the McCartney conspiracy. Now, I will present these two scenarios as standalone cases. However, it is highly likely the two scenarios are intertwined. Those of us who have researched the occult, the deep state, and mind control will understand these entities are all connected, and therefore overlap is not just possible, but probable. So let's move to the next slide and discuss scenario 1. As I mentioned, the time frame of the encounter is the mid-1990s. The source attended a social event sponsored by a hedge fund. The attendees at the event included tech, research and development, and aerospace executives, along with private contractors. He suspected the hedge fund was involved in insider trading, but he did not elaborate on why he had that suspicion. And he also suspected they were involved in skunk works. The source claimed there was a discussion about CIA involvement in UFO and Tesla technology. And then later on, one of the attendees stated Tavistock created the Beatles and the CIA killed Paul McCartney. The source claims the person who told the story was an American with a Texas accent. If we recall, Memoirs states Bill was involved with the CIA via the distribution of LSD at the Monterey Pop Festival in 1967, so we have a potential link between the two sources. The person at the event claimed there were two imposters playing the role of Paul McCartney. If this is true, many questions are answered regarding the different versions of Paul we have seen over time. For example, the difference in the noses, straight versus hooked, etc. Now let's move to the next slide. The source claims he was told biological Paul was under a mind control program and a plan was in place in case Paul was not able to be controlled. And Tavistock and the CIA had two backup players in the pipeline the entire time. The two replacements consisted of musician Paul, who I believe to be Bill Shepherd, whose job was to play and sing like McCartney for recording and musical performances, and Street Paul, whose real name is unknown to the source. Street Paul was to learn and master Paul's speech, facial expressions, and body movement for public non-musical appearances. Both replacements ran in parallel. The source stated to me that Bill Shepherd paged in and out of both parts throughout the years, and the disposition of Street Paul is unknown. Was he phased out or even deceased? We don't know. The story goes that biological Paul was not going along with the agenda, and the deep state staged a car accident. Agents at the scene ensured decapitation after the crash. Decapitation meant no face, no dental records, etc. And he explained both Bill and Street Paul underwent extensive surgeries, and the surgeries continued well after the car crash or the murder in 1966. So how does Scenario 1 line up with what we're told in the Memoirs of Billy Shears? In Memoirs, Bill states others played the role, but he has the long-term permanent contract. I would suggest that Bill's long-term contract is with regard to the musical role and not the public role. Therefore, Street Paul is one of the others mentioned in Memoirs. Also in Memoirs, Bill states he was selected as the replacement and met with Brian Epstein on September 12, 1966, and finalized the deal with both Epstein and Lennon 4 days later. The 4 days for inserting Bill into the equation never seemed possible to me. Now that we understand masterful speaking and disclosure, perhaps the timeline in Memoirs was intentionally laid out this way to get the reader to question the chronology and conclude it was not plausible, and therefore Bill had been in the pipeline for many years. Bill admits in Memoirs that the Beatles were a Tavistock project and that he worked with the CIA in the distribution of LSD at the Monterey Pop Festival. Being involved with an intelligence operation back in 1967 makes it possible that the CIA, along with Tavistock and perhaps MI6, were behind the PSYOP. Last but not least, in Memoirs, Bill states the physical transformation required surgeries, fillers, and latex. It is my theory that Street Paul's transformation was way ahead of Bill's, and therefore Bill's physical transformation lagged behind that of Street Paul. This would explain the appearance of Stanshall performing in Magical Mystery Tour, since he is the performer, with Street Paul being the actor playing McCartney in the movie. In other words, Stanshall's appearance in Magical Mystery Tour was foreshadowing Bill's role as musician Paul. If Street Paul's transformation was ahead of Bill's, which I believe it was, this could mean the photos we see of Paul starting in 1966, where he is depicted in the studio or in public, were actually staged photos of Street Paul posing with the band in the studio, along with being photographed in public and doing interviews. In other words, Street Paul was the public's visual bridge until Bill's transformation was established. And once Bill was ready, we started seeing both replacements showing up in photos and the media. However, and this is important, in the studio, it was Bill writing and recording the music where the rate and pace of his transformation wasn't as urgent, since Street Paul had the public perception covered. We know, starting in 1966, there were no live Beatle performances to worry about. Thus, the non-musician version of Paul would fill in nicely for photo ops until Bill's surgeries caught up to the point where his appearance was convincing enough for public consumption. Once Bill's surgeries were evolved enough, we then started seeing both Pauls in pictures, and this would explain the differences in physical attributes like the nose, ears, etc. For me, this is not only incredibly intriguing, but starting to fill in a lot of blanks and answer a lot of questions. Now let's summarize Scenario 1 before moving on to Scenario 2. We discussed that the Beatles were a Tavistock creation, that Biological Paul was part of a mind control program, that Bio Paul's programming broke down and he was murdered by the CIA or some deep state faction, that there were 2 replacements in the pipeline well before 1966. Replacement number 1, who I believe to be Bill Shepherd, is responsible for recording and musical performances and foreshadowed his role as the performing Paul in Magical Mystery Tour by playing the character of Vivian Stanshall. Replacement number 2 was the public version of Paul and the actor in Magical Mystery Tour. We know the surgeries for both replacements was extensive. We can deduce that Street Paul's surgeries came first, then Shepherd's. We are told Bill Shepherd paged in and out of both roles once his physical appearance was convincing, and that the disposition of Street Paul is unknown. And I'll leave you with this rhetorical question. Was the dialogue between John Lennon and George Harrison regarding Beatle Bill and Beatle Ed referring to Shepherd and Street Paul? I don't know, but it certainly makes me wonder. The second scenario deals with the occult and Masonic ritualistic involvement which Biological Paul either knowingly or unknowingly engaged in. In Memoirs, it mentions both Paul and John were engaged in the occult, but not nearly to the degree that Bill is involved. One form of these occult forces is known as the crossroads, where one's fate can be changed. Some might call it making a deal with the devil. One can be granted fame and fortune, but there is a price. This change in your life script does not come without obligations. The mythology of the crossroads has its roots in Robert Leroy Johnson. Robert Johnson was born in 1911 and died in 1938. Notice the last 2 digits of those years. Robert was born in 1911, with 11 being a master number in Masonry, and then the last 2 digits of the year he died, 38, or 3 plus 8, which equals 11. Coincidence? You can decide. Robert was also 27 when he died, and one of many artists who have passed at that age, which has now become known as the 27 Club. Here are some other members of the 27 Club. I'm sure you will recognize their names. Kurt Cobain, Amy Winehouse, Jim Morrison, Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix, Brian Jones, Alan Wilson of Canned Heat, and Pete Ham of Badfinger. Now let's learn a little about Robert Johnson and his visit to the crossroads.
Legend has it that while living on a Mississippi plantation, the young and impoverished Robert found his one true longing, to be a master of the blues. Unfortunately, he was then a mediocre musician at best, and played his guitar and sang his songs for anyone who would listen, failing to make much of an impression or a name for himself. A shadowy figure, hearing his plight, instructed him to go, guitar in hand, to the Dockery plantation crossroads at midnight on a moonless night. Following these instructions, Johnson was met at the crossroads by the devil in the form of a large black man, who tuned his guitar and played his own haunting music. When he returned the guitar to Robert, he found he had full mastery of the instrument, the devil having staked a claim to his soul in exchange for this gift, a bargain that would be collected upon at a later time.
Now, some listening might think this is a tall tale and nothing more than superstition. But let's now listen to a 2004 60 Minutes interview Bob Dylan did with Ed Bradley, where Bob talks about his deal with who he refers to as the chief commander.
Why do you still do it? Why are you still out here?
Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. I mean, I made a bargain with it, a long time ago, and I'm holding up my end.
What was your bargain?
To get where I am now.
Should I ask who you made the bargain with?
with the chief commander.
On this earth?
And this earth, and then in the world we can't see.
You ever look at music that you've written and look back at it and say, whoa, that surprised me?
I used to. I don't do that anymore. I don't know how I got to write those songs.
What do you mean you don't know how?
Well, those early songs were like almost magically written. Darkness at the break of noon, shadows even the silver spoon, a handmade blade, a child's balloon.
Eclipses both the sun and moon. To understand you knew too soon. There is no sense in trying.
This Dylan classic, It's All Right, Ma, was written in 1964.
Mouthpiece, the hollow horn, plays wasted words, proves to warn that he not busy being born, is busy dying.
Well, try to sit down and write something like that. There's a magic to that, and it's not Siegfried and Roy kind of magic. It's a different kind of a penetrating magic. And I did it. I did it at one time.
You don't think you can do it today?
Mm-mm.
Does that disappoint you?
Well, you can't do something forever, and I did it once, and I can do other things now, but I can't do that.
So we just heard Dylan talk about his deal for fame and fortune. Did Paul make a deal as well? Let's explore this thought. The next 3 slides are highlights from correspondences with sources. John, Paul, and Bill, and others in that circle, such as the Rolling Stones, were skilled at concealing messages by layering meanings. That awareness of layered meaning is an important key for decoding their lyrics. The Paul replacement is enlightenment for those who have eyes to see and ears to hear. And there are 2 classes of people. One class who have the key of knowledge needed to understand, and the other class of people who do not possess that key. Paul is Dead demonstrates the social programmer's extraordinary power of mind control through the media. They tell the world about the switch and then tell us all to disbelieve the rumor. Some critics want to catch Bill in a lie. A better approach is to notice when he is speaking as Paul and when he is speaking as Bill. And as a side note, we can refer back to the masterful speaking segment for examples of Bill switching between himself and Paul. Now let's move to the next slide. The Beatles' rise was not organic. The media favored them, making them appear to be the idols the social engineers intended to create. They were groomed and set up for the switch. The replacement was planned well in advance. Paul would be the sacrificial virgin, which sounded glamorous to him at the start because it would make a name that would live forever. But it became more terrorizing as it grew into full expectation when things got real for him. Those who orchestrated the switch have all passed away. Full disclosure will happen after Bill passes. This slide captures a communication I had with another source who is an expert in the occult. The Beatles were watched and trained before they had full awareness of what was actually going on, but they were never in as deep as Bill. In the movie A Hard Day's Night, the And I Love Her segment shows Paul both standing in front of and standing on a black hexagon. Hex is the German word for witch or witchcraft. The video of Paul with the black hexagons indicates premeditated foreknowledge of JPM's future occult ritual sacrifice on the Coptic calendar's New Year's Day of September 11, 1966. Now let's move to the next slide, where another source sent me a link to a very interesting piece of research depicting the Ashers and a man by the name of Stephen Ward as being involved in psychological experiments. Of course, biological Paul's girlfriend was Jane Asher, and the article links Brian Epstein to Stephen Ward. Let's take a moment and listen to a quote from Mr. Ward. Quote, "It would be humbug if I did not confess that I looked forward to the sex orgies. I have been to every type of that party. Those specializing in certain perversions and those given in an elaborate setting where all the formalities were observed. Many of the people who attend are rich and famous, many faces that are seen in public life and on television. If their public can only see them like this. End quote. Stephen Ward, osteopath and society artist, 1963. With this quote, we can begin to understand the machinery behind the music and entertainment business, and perhaps Paul McCartney. The article goes on to say that Dr. Ward was tied to the Profumo affair, which was a high-level British political sex scandal, and Ward had possible ties to Dr. Richard Asher, who was Jane Asher's father. The article states he allegedly supplied patients to Asher for sexual and psychological experiments and was a suspected monarch mind controller. The article also states that Brian Epstein hawked the Beatles to Dr. Ward because of Ward's high-powered and highly networked clientele, which involved organized orgies and sex trafficking. He was also a Freemason. Margaret Asher, Jane Asher's mother and music teacher, taught Beatle producer George Martin. That's an interesting tidbit of information. The article claims both Richard and Margaret Asher were psychics and telepathic and distrusted McCartney, and then asked the question, was McCartney in the hands of monarch mind controllers? If the article is accurate in its assertions of Ward being connected to both the Ashers and Brian Epstein, we could then start to see how the seedy underworld of the beast can easily permeate the world of Paul McCartney and the Beatles. I will include the link to the research in the description box below. Now let's summarize what we have covered in Scenario 2. In summary, the Beatles were a Tavistock creation and project. The Beatles were a social engineering experiment. The Beatle myth was heavily immersed in the occult. The death of biological Paul was a planned ritual, and therefore the switch was always a part of that plan. It is possible Paul was in a mind control program, and full disclosure will happen after Bill passes. After hearing out the two scenarios and going back to the Venn diagram, we can now see Paul McCartney's death, whether as a result of an occult ritual or by the deep state, contains the common threads of mind control and social engineering. What emerges from the research is a very disturbing picture of what might be the real story behind the death of Paul McCartney. And now let's move to the next slide and discuss Bill's network and associations. To learn more about Bill, it's important to understand his network and associations. Having this understanding makes it easier to see he played the role of Vivian Stanshall and Phil Ackrill, and by digging into who Bill knows and interacts with, the Stanshall-Ackrill gap begins to close. So let's take a moment and look at some of these linkages. Bill as McCartney was of course in the Beatles, which means he is linked to John Lennon, George Harrison, Ringo Starr, George Martin, and Brian Epstein. After the Beatles, he formed his band Wings with his old friend Denny Laine. Bill as McCartney was associated with Vivian Stanshall's Bonzo Dog Band as the producer of the song I'm the Urban Spaceman, and Stanshall appeared in Magical Mystery Tour, thus linking Stanshall to the Beatles. As McCartney in working with the Bonzo Dog Band, he knew Neil Innes, who was also the creative force behind the Ruddles, and Keith Moon was a very good friend of Stanshall's, and of course the Beatles knew the Who. Bill as McCartney was associated with Phil Ackrill and the Diplomats through his friendship with Denny Laine and his band Wings, as well as Bev Bevan, who played for the Diplomats and later with the Electric Light Orchestra. And we also know Jeff Lynne of ELO was in the Traveling Wilburys with George Harrison. And of course, Bill as McCartney being in Wings knows Denny Laine, who again was in the Diplomats with Phil Ackrill and Bev Bevan. Bill as McCartney was associated with the CIA via the Monterey Pop Festival in 1967, which kicked off the Summer of Love and the LSD movement. He was signed to the EMI label, which has ties to the military-industrial complex or deep state. He knew Jane Asher, who he socialized with before Linda, and of course he knew Brian Epstein, who may have been linked to Stephen Ward, who was suspected of being a mind control handler and involved in psychological experiments with the Ashers. This interlaced web is too involved and too deep to simply chalk up as coincidence, and should motivate us to do a deeper dive into Bill and the possibility of his playing the part of both Stanshall and Ackrill. And now let me share some insights I have received from additional sources. I have had a number of correspondences with musicians in the music industry. One source, who I confirmed, collaborated with Bill during the 1980s. This person told me of a time when he entered the studio and saw Bill playing his guitar right-handed. When the source inquired about his ability to play right-handed, Bill, as Paul said, "Since most guitars were right-handed in the early days, I had to learn to play both ways." As a guitar player myself, I can tell you Bill's answer was weak at best, since the only effort involved in playing a right-handed guitar lefty is to reverse the string positions and then flip the guitar around. The amount of effort required to learn to play right-handed when you are a natural lefty is far more difficult than simply flipping the guitar. We never saw Jimi Hendrix, who was another notable left-handed guitarist, play right-handed because, well, there were more righty guitars than lefty ones during his day. He just restrung his Stratocaster and flipped the guitar. Therefore, Bill's response is dubious at best. The reason he was playing right-handed is simple. He is naturally right-handed. And now let's move to the next slide. A Beatle album that is overlooked yet loaded with Paul is Dead clues is a collection of oldies, which was released December 10, 1966. At first glance, one would be hard-pressed to know it was even a Beatle album. The only reference on the front cover to the Beatles is on the drumhead, where it says a collection of Beatles oldies. Note the motif of the drum, which we will see again on the cover of Sgt. Pepper. Even after realizing it is a Beatle album, few people, even Paul is Dead researchers, ever wonder or ask, who is the guy on the cover? Well, the man on the cover is Bill Shepherd, dressed in his Vivian Stanshall-like attire. The album is referred to as Oldies, when in fact it should have been called Greatest Hits. We have to ask ourselves, how can songs from 1963 through 1965 constitute being called oldies in 1966? This is because oldies refers to the old band. A collection of oldies symbolizes the end of the biological Paul era, or phase 1 of the Beatles, and is transitioning us into phase 2, or the Billy Shears period. The psychedelic cover introduces the direction the Beatles will be taking going forward, and according to Memoirs, the car pictured near the top of the cover represents biological Paul's car on a long and winding road. Now let's talk about Vivian Stanshall's alleged death. Stanshall's death in 1995 was not a literal death. It represents when the Stanshall character was retired by Bill due to Linda's diagnosis of cancer. We are told Stanshall died on March 5, 1995. Let's take a look at the numbers. March equals 3, the day equals 5, 3 times 5 equals 15, 1 plus 5 equals 6. 1995 equals 1 plus 9 plus 9 plus 5, which equals 24. 2 plus 4 equals 6. We are told Stanshall was 51 when he passed. 5 plus 1 equals 6, and we're back to the sixes, with Stanshall's date of death and age of death regrouping to 666. There are 66 chapters and 666 pages in Memoirs. And now for some more numbers. Linda McCartney was diagnosed with breast cancer in 1995. She died at age 56. 5 plus 6 equals 11, a master number in Freemasonry. 1995 is 1 plus 9 plus 9 plus 5, which equals 24. 2 plus 4 equals 6. Then we multiply the 11 times the 6, and we have 66. And the fire symbolism can be found in many ancient cultures as a way of setting the soul free to continue its journey. For example, for those that have watched Game of Thrones, which is loaded up with esoteric references, we saw cremation as a way of having the body depart the physical world. In Hinduism, the Hindus believe the soul is indestructible, and cremation or fire cleanses the departed soul before it heads on to new experiences. By having Stanshall die in a fire, Bill is symbolically releasing his alter ego from the physical realm. And now let's get a perspective from a person who studies the human body and structure. This slide comes from a professional artist who contacted me, who has taken a very close look at Paul and Vivian Stanshall, and here are the conclusions. It is obvious Vivian is not a real person. The giveaway are the hands, shoulders, and overall body language. McCartney and Stanshall are the same person. Vivian and Shepherd have the same affected comical body language, head, hand, shoulder, and hip movements, as well as the same structure and rhythm of figures seen in the stance of the legs, hips, and shoulders. By studying the hands through various photographs, the fingernails are quite recognizable. The ring finger on the left hand is very discernible too, as are the fingertips, which are flattened and have a distinctive shape. They also have the same odd hollow on the cheeks. The other major giveaway is the right eye. They have obviously constructed the eyebrow ridge to try to mimic Paul McCartney. The real McCartney looked more beat up. He was more sturdy, tough, manly in his body movements. His facial features looked stressed, including his ears and cheeks. My contact goes on to say, I am from Liverpool myself, and it may sound odd, but working-class Scousers have a certain mannerism and look. Vivian did not have it at all and was actually quite effeminate. It is also very obvious from studying photographs and film footage that there are multiple stand-in Beatles. Now let's take a look at some photo comparisons of Vivian Stanshall, keeping in mind that Memoirs states Bill played the role of Stanshall. One mistake made by many looking into the McCartney conspiracy is overlooking the physical change in Stanshall himself. Vivian went from looking very Scottish and rugged to less Scottish and more effeminate. There are researchers who rationalize this dramatic change in appearance as being due to aging. However, this reasoning is flawed because the difference in Stanshall's appearance evolved over a short span of time, not decades. So here we see two photos of Stanshall with the Bonzo Dog Band. Take a close look at the call-out images to the lower right of each picture. The photo on the left is what Bill looked like before surgery. The photo on the right is Bill after surgery. If we set aside preconceived notions and maintain an objective mind, it should be obvious something very significant took place to alter Stanshall's appearance, and that something is surgery. So as we can see, in just a couple of years, Vivian Stanshall's transformation was not subtle. It was a drastic and permanent change in appearance, one that he would carry forward from this point on. On this slide, we have the revamped Stanshall in the center, with an image of him playing McCartney on the left from the 1967 time period. To the far right is both images overlaid, and we can see it is an exact match. Notice the flare at the nostrils, the mouth area, and the mustache. Along with the transformational progress from surgery, Bill is also donning a wig and using latex to round out the McCartney look. So between the surgery, latex, and cosmetics, the pieces are coming together. With this sequence of images, we can see how the facial features match up, starting with an older version of Bill on the left and then moving across to the right to an older version of Stanshall. As the older-looking Stanshall, Bill relied on the use of latex to alter the nose, cheeks, and hairline, with the overall shape of the head remaining the same. This is no different than the makeup used to develop characters in movies and theater productions. Another question I get from some folks looking into the McCartney conspiracy is who is the guy with the beaked nose? Well, the guy with the beaked nose is Stanshall, who was Bill Shepherd. Here I have a screen capture showing the profile of Shepherd as Stanshall on a BBC program, and there's the nose. Once the surgeries were underway, there was work done on his nose to reduce the flare at the base by the nostrils, which was fairly prominent before surgery. In fact, we can see the nose was not as narrow 2 slides earlier when I showed the picture of Bill playing McCartney from the 1967 time period. So the mystery of who is the guy with the beaked nose has been solved. It's Vivian Stanshall, who was Bill Shepherd. Here's another comparison of Bill as Stanshall and as McCartney. Take a moment and notice the similarities in the facial profile by following the arrows. In fact, pause the video if you would like to take the time to study the pictures. We have the same slope to the forehead, the same curve at the top of the nose between the eyes, the same overall shape of the nose, and the same chin and jawline. Even though these pictures are 50 years apart, a discerning eye can see this is the same guy in both pictures. Here's another photo comparison of Bill. The picture on the left is obviously before surgery. Notice the overall shape of the face and eyebrows when compared to the McCartney photo. In the picture on the right, we can see the nose has been surgically altered to reduce the flare of Bill's nose by the nostrils. Over the years, the surgery and fillers are not holding up like it used to. This is due to age and the skin losing elasticity. And again, these photos are approximately 50 years apart. Now let's run some of the slides again, showing Bill's Stanshall character is also his McCartney character. Here again is the slide showing 2 iterations of Stanshall with the Bonzo Dog Band. Pay close attention to the dramatic change in Stanshall's facial appearance. This is the same guy. The picture on the left is Stanshall before surgery, and on the right is after surgery. Notice how his face has become softer and more effeminate. Now let's focus on the post-surgery Stanshall and the McCartney character. Focus on the overall shape of the head and the mouth. In the McCartney image, Bill is wearing a wig, and latex has been utilized to mimic the McCartney look. It should also be noted that the McCartney photo may have been taken after additional nose surgery, although even if this is the case, we can still see the flare at the nostrils. Over time, additional surgery was performed to further reshape Bill's nose. Now let's move to the next slide. Here are the same 2 pictures overlaid. This is clearly the same person. Bill's McCartney character is replete with latex, makeup, and a wig. Here is a photo showing Bill before surgery, after surgery, and then in character as McCartney. The giveaway showing the first picture is the same person as the middle picture is the nose. It is the same nose with the flare at the nostrils. The face in the middle picture has been rounded out with fillers, and although the eyes have been surgically altered in the middle picture, they still show similarities to Bill's natural eye shape. Also, if you look close enough, you can see the lines in the forehead of Bill are the same in the first picture as they are in the middle picture. A mistake many make when trying to see the Stanshall-McCartney connection is underestimating what can be done with plastic surgery along with latex and makeup. If you are still having trouble grasping how advanced these surgeries can be, it might be helpful to go back and take a look at the Michael Jackson slide from earlier in his presentation. Now let's move to some of Bill's family photos. Here we have the picture of Bill before the surgeries and a photo of his son James. There is certainly a family resemblance, don't you think? The shape of James's face, his complexion, and the color of his hair come from Bill. Very Scottish indeed. I also laid in a picture of Linda to show how James also has characteristics of his mother. For example, he has more of his mother's nose. On this slide, we see Bill and James along with an insert of Bill before surgery. Note the resemblance across all three faces. As I mentioned a few slides back, as Bill gets older, the surgeries and fillers are not holding up like they used to. And because of that, we can see the similarities to his natural appearance as well as with his son James and even his daughter Stella. Now let's look at the image on the right, which is another comparison of James to his father along with images of biological Paul. Here again, it's difficult at best to believe James is the offspring of bio Paul. He looks like Bill's kid. The differences between Bill and biological Paul become more obvious with the passing of time. In fact, I'm not even sure Bill is overly concerned with keeping up with the masquerade. For him, it's been a long run of over 50 years, and maintaining the facade has run its course. The number of clues telling us Paul was replaced is so voluminous these days that to try and capture all of them is not even possible. In fact, Bill never stopped leaving clues. He's still doing it today. But to further show Bill was Stanshall, we can take a look at the Sgt. Pepper album cover. Sgt. Pepper was loaded up with clues all the way down to the Masonic geometry of where people are standing and where they are looking with their eyes. But there is one clue in plain sight that few Paul is Dead researchers have noticed, and that is the instruments each Beatle is holding in their hands. All of these are Bill's wind instruments. He is a wind instrument player by trade. We have John holding the French horn, Ringo the trumpet, George the piccolo, and Bill holding his English horn. If we go back to many of the old Stanshall videos, we see Vivian playing all of these instruments, as he does on his album Sgt. Shepherd. Oops, did I say Sgt. Shepherd? I meant Sgt. Pepper. And then we have the Beatles introducing us to the one and only Billy Shears, where Shears is a play on the name Shepherd. Shepherd, Shears, get it? And let's not forget Billy Pepper from the early 1960s with the Pepper Pots. Here is a screen capture of Stanshall playing his English horn. This is the very same instrument Bill is holding on the cover of Sgt. Pepper. What are the odds? It's not coincidence, my friends. Now let's switch gears and discuss Bill's other character, Phil Ackrill. Admittedly, there is very limited information, especially clear photos of Phil Ackrill from his days with the Diplomats, where he played with Denny Laine and Bev Bevan from ELO fame. It appears there was a concerted effort to scrub Ackrill's pictures from the internet, along with never releasing an album the Diplomats recorded back in the early 1960s. However, in Memoirs, Bill tells us he did indeed play the character of Ackrill. The first layer within Memoirs is ambiguous, but the second layer of encoding reveals the truth, with Bill telling us he, meaning Phil, was a fine person, and I am them, meaning he was part of the Diplomats. Bill and Denny have a long history with each other as two members of the big club we're not in. They started with the Diplomats back in the early 1960s and then reunited when Bill formed Wings. And speaking of Wings, Bill even leaves us a Phil clue in the song Rock Show from his Venus and Mars album when he sings, "What's that man holding in his hand? He looks a lot like a guy I knew way back when. It's Silly Willy with the Philly band. Could be, ooh-wee." Well, Silly Willy is Silly Billy, and the Philly band is the Phil Ackrill band, the Diplomats. Bill is Phil. And now let's take a moment to map Ackrill to Stanshall to see that they are indeed the same person. The picture on the left is of Phil Ackrill from the very early 1960s, and the picture to the right is Stanshall circa 1966 or so. Notice the shape of the ear, the shape of the nose with the flare at the nostrils, and the jaw and chin line. It's a very close match, if not an exact match. In 1960, Bill was 23 years old and a young man. In 1967, he was 30 years old. So we need to take into account 5 to 7 years of his face filling out, but even with the several years in between the photos, the resemblance is very strong. Now let's move to what I believe is a great comparison mapping Ackrill to the McCartney character. This comparison is, in my opinion, a gem. Take a look at the elongated chin and jawline, then the nose and the smile. And taking into account the McCartney character has had surgery to lift the eyebrows, even the eyes look very similar. And even though these pictures are approximately 10 years apart, the resemblance, in my opinion, is uncanny. Here's another set of photos comparing the body stance of Phil Ackrill to Bill as McCartney from the Pepper era. Note the overall stance and posture. Note the left hand, the leg positioning, the jaw and chin line, and the eyebrows. Again, the similarities, even though there is a 5 to 7 year spread between these two pictures, is very, very strong. Knowing it has been difficult for some to see Bill as Ackrill and Stanshall, I'm hoping this piece of the presentation has connected some dots, showing Bill did indeed play the roles of both Vivian and Phil, and Ackrill, Stanshall, and McCartney are 3 different characters played by one person, Bill Shepherd. And now let's conclude by summarizing the presentation. I don't want to refer to the summary as conclusions, since until Bill fully discloses, which in all likelihood will be after he passes, the McCartney conspiracy will continue to evolve as additional information and theories come forth by Paul is Dead researchers, so I think it's best to refer to the summary as findings. In summary, the official story of the Beatles is a myth. The Beatles were not organic. The Beatles were a Tavistock creation and project. The main objective of the project was social engineering. The Beatles are a Masonic entity. All 4 Beatles were Freemasons. Freemasons can disclose truth by speaking masterfully. The Memoirs of Billy Shears contains masterful disclosure. The Beatles were immersed in the occult. It is possible the Beatles did not write all of their original songs. The death and replacement of Paul McCartney was planned. There were 2 primary replacements, musician Paul and the actor Street Paul. Musician Paul is Bill Shepherd. The identity of Street Paul is unknown. Other actors playing the role of Paul paged in and out over the timeline. Bill has the long-term contract as the performing Paul. Bill is a high-ranking Mason, possibly in the illuminated degrees above the 33rd degree. Bill has been playing both musician and Street Paul for a number of years. Bill played the roles of both Vivian Stanshall and Phil Ackrill. Vivian Stanshall's death was symbolic, and the real Paul McCartney died in 1966. And that wraps it up. I hope you enjoyed the presentation, and I would again like to thank everyone who contributed to the content via the many emails, links, videos, personal encounters, analysis, and expertise that came my way. You guys and gals are incredible. Let's continue to pursue the truth and have some fun along the way. And now stick around for some Paul is Dead video clips I think you might enjoy.
So anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And over to George and everybody else.
Thank you very much. I don't have to say much because I'm the quiet Beatle. It is unfortunate Paul's not here because he was the one who had the speech in his pocket.
And why didn't they play Octopus's Garden?
We'll talk about that later. Anyway, we all know why John can't be here, and I'm sure he would be, and it's hard really to stand here supposedly representing the Beatles. It's what's left, I'm afraid. But we all loved him so much, and we all love Paul very much.
And we all love Paul very much.
George, why do you play music? Why do you still play music? Just to enjoy?
Yeah, no, just, well, we got to do something, with our lives.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing that I know what to do, how to do.
Hello, Neil. How are you? Hello, George. Nice to see you. Very nice.
Hello. It's a vegetarian leather jacket. Yeah?
Yes.
Oh, is that a film?
Yeah, I've got you. You're looking very
I've seen it. This is one I can see. Go on, turn it off. Yeah, I can see.
No, I don't want to turn it off. I've seen that Sharpie. I've seen the advert for us. Hold it.
Who is this?
That's John.
Oh, is it?
John Lennon of the Beatles.
Oh, that's what's her name?
That's
Who's this?
we don't know that.
Oh.
Some other lady.
God, they were horrible.
Lady of the night.
Horrible girls, weren't they?
No, George, this is a very fine leg. It's a nice bit of stocking top. Just because you've graduated in the world. They're fine ladies.
It's kind of like when I met Paul McCartney. I'd never even been on Saturday Night Live. He was hanging out at Lorne Michaels' house, and I had the presence of mind at that moment not to go, who wrote A Hard Day's Night? So I said, I talked about his album 1980 and the song Tug of War, and I said, that lyric in the chorus, one day we'll stand up on top of the mountain with our flag unfurled, but it won't be soon enough. And he just lit up. He just lit up. Oh, that was a song, I just pictured a big flag, up on the top of a mountain, And then that was it. That was it. We were fast friends after that. So I think with Billy, people like it. If you take one of his obscure songs or obscure album and be very specific about a lyric that he wrote, people love that. It'd be the same thing with Slayton. If you brought up some obscure bit from 20 years ago. Yeah, you like that, huh? That was good. It's all right. Yeah. What's it like to be Bobby all day long? Well, mostly he's just quiet in a room. He has to rest those pipes. And, hey.
There is still a chance, Bill, that they will see.
Hello, friends. It's Mike Williams. As promised, here is the Vivian Stanshall and Phil Ackrill analysis. Memoirs tells us that Viv and Phil are not real people, but fictional characters played by Billy. With this presentation, we will take a deep dive into this admittedly controversial claim and see if it can be true. Did Billy play Vivian Stanshall and Phil Ackrill? Inquiring minds want to know. As with all my presentations, this video is geared toward those folks who are well versed in the McCartney conspiracy. For those just getting into Paul is Dead, I posted links in the description box below to help introduce you to the topic. The comments section is open, so please feel free to share your feedback and thoughts. If you are a troll, you will be banned from the channel. If you are in deep denial and steadfastly want to believe the Beatle myth, then this presentation is not for you. For everyone else, let's take another trip down the McCartney rabbit hole. And with that, let's get started. Per Memoirs, Vivian Stanshall and Phil Ackrill are characters created by Bill. If this were not true, legal action could be brought forth by a number of interested parties which include Paul McCartney, the Vivian Stanshall estate, and Phil Ackrill. However, to the best of my knowledge, there is no such legal action. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume the accounts in Memoirs regarding Stanshall and Ackrill are truthful, meaning they are not real people and are indeed characters created by Billy. Another clue pointing to Billy being the source of the content contained in Memoirs is the book Sleeve, where Billy is shown along with Tom Harriet. If Memoirs were not Billy telling us his story, it is highly likely the McCartney enterprise would prohibit use of likeness without permission. Another clue is the book's foreword, which was written by George Martin's son Gregory Martin, who also did the voiceover for the 9 After 909 audiobook. Another validation of Billy's direct involvement in Memoirs is the use of Beatles songs and lyrics throughout the book. Without approval to use these songs, legal action could be initiated to address copyright infringement. And it's not just Billy's songs in the book, but songs by Biological Paul, The Who, The Rolling Stones, Donovan, and Elton John. Now, the book does state it is categorized as historical fiction, and this was done, as explained in Memoirs, to navigate around potential legal issues which could arise if the narrative was deemed to breach non-disclosure and confidentiality agreements, specifically those signed by Billy. But here's a clue for everyone. The quote-unquote fiction in Memoirs is not what most people think. The fictional component is a nuanced thread that runs through the book. And it goes along these lines. What you do not or will not believe defines what is fictional. In a future presentation, I will explain this in more detail. In my December 2018 presentation, The Beatles, Paul McCartney, and the Grand Illusion, I proposed the following theory which I presented after receiving information from a source. There were two primary replacements put in place by the controllers before Biological Paul's demise. One replacement, who was Billy, was a highly skilled musician and performer, and the other version of Paul was an actor rolled out for public consumption. I refer to the public version of Paul's replacement as Street Paul. It is my hypothesis that Street Paul's transformation to look like Biological Paul was ahead of Billy's transformation. Per the 9 After 909 edition of Memoirs on page 178, Billy tells us Tavistock rolled out their very best double for the Melody Maker Awards, which took place on September 13, 1966. I believe this very best double was Street Paul. It is my opinion that it is possible he is the version of Paul we see in Magical Mystery Tour, especially when Paul was shown in close-up camera shots. Other times, when the camera shot or angle was less discerning or further away, like when the band was performing, we are looking at Billy with the help of latex and cosmetics. And it is important to remember foam latex has been used extensively since the 1930s within the film industry. The Wizard of Oz is a great example. By the time we get to 1967, or 37 years later, its application was quite advanced. Aside from playing Paul, Billy also makes an appearance as Vivian Stanshall in Magical Mystery Tour. Stanshall appearing in the film was a clue to let us know that Billy is the performer version of Paul. Along with Billy and Street Paul, there were other actors playing the McCartney character as they paged in and out during the timeline in order to further muddy the waters and to keep the masses bamboozled. The use of permanent replacements, along with actors playing the role, is a template the controllers use. It's very straightforward when you think about it. Put in play at least two replacements who are transformed to look like the original person by applying surgeries, latex, fillers, and cosmetics, along with deploying lookalikes so that a composite persona is created for public consumption. In other words, they created a blended representation of what Paul McCartney looks like. This blended view conditions the public to accept what they are shown. My theory was validated when the 9 After 909 edition of Memoirs explained how the Stanshall character was also played by two primary replacements, one of which was Billy. It's also important for me to note that my 2 primary replacement theory was published before the new edition of Memoirs shipped, and I had no foreknowledge of what was in the updated book. Now let's read Tom's footnote on page 84 to understand how Billy set the stage for his Stanshall character to coexist with his role as McCartney. Here's a footnote from page 84 of the 9 after 909 edition of Memoirs. This note will be clearer after reading the note in chapter 39, which will be the next slide.
William remained active in his Vivian Stanshall role up until Linda's doctor discovered her cancer. With her condition on his mind, he could no longer do the Viv role, which was all about zany fun. In light of Linda's impending death, William wanted to retire the Vivian position to kill off that fictional persona. He met with the actor who had been living as Viv for all those years and offered him a retirement package that would keep him on the payroll but would have him mildly alter his appearance, relocate, return to his original name, and agree to cease all further acting and musical performances. The 51-year-old actor living as Vivian flatly refused William's offered retirement package, saying, "Over my dead body." He said that he had built his life and family around that character and would never give it up, with or without William's money. He had so integrated his own life story into his Vivian role that giving up that position would have felt like death to him. To William's astonishment, before resolving the matter, the Viv actor was found dead on the morning of March 6, 1995. An electrical fire had broken out as he slept on his top-floor flat in Muswell Hill, North London. Honoring the Vivian role by William and the double, a memorial plaque was unveiled in Poets' Corner of Golders Green Crematorium on December 13, 2015, opposite that of the actor's widow Quay Longfellow Stanshall and daughter Silky Longfellow Stanshall, along with one of William's close friends from The Who, Keith Moon. Keith had spent his last evening out with Paul and Linda just a few hours before his September 7, 1978 death.
Now let's move to the footnote in chapter 39 on page 390.
William used the role of Phil Ackrill before giving it, attempting to lease it, to Philip Ralston, while reserving the option to still do performances occasionally and to give recording assistance. Ralston, the new Phil Ackrill, enthusiastically received the role in hopes of a recording contract. When that contract failed to materialize, William lost interest in the band, leaving the role entirely to Ralston, who later likewise became discouraged, quit the band, and pursued a career outside of the music industry. Although William says he invented the Phil Ackrill role, the name appears to have been suggested to William by an associate of Ralston's mother. William's role as Vivian Stanshall likewise involved another performer and was likewise less profitable than William intended. Unlike the Ackrill role, William never completely left the Stanshall role to another. As William originally set it up, he would collect a modest fraction of each Vivian engagement that was done in William's place. He imagined that the replacement would be a big star, earning enough to live comfortably while also paying William his cut. However, although the new Vivian made some stellar performances, they did not pay well enough to justify the position. Throughout the rest of his life, he was on William's payroll. Although keeping that position going was not financially advantageous, it gave William great pleasure in doing the shows that he wanted and in passing the rest onto the man whom he paid to live as Vivian Stanshall.
Here is an illustration of how Memoirs tells us the Stanshall piece of the puzzle worked. Billy was the version of Viv who played and performed with the Bonzos. The actor/musician hired by Billy to play Stanshall, who I will refer to as Street Viv, geared his performances to more theatrical and eclectic endeavors, such as the 1980 film Sir Henry at Rawlinson End. The differences between Billy's version of Stanshall, who played with the Bonzos, and Street Viv are striking, especially when we look at Billy's Stanshall character without the beard, longer hair, and oversized glasses. Billy's face was longer and narrower than Street Viv, very similar to the facial differences between Billy and biological Paul. At the bottom of the slide, I found other images of Stanshall. I didn't feel comfortable placing them as Billy or Street Viv, and so I concluded it's possible they are most likely lookalikes who paged in and out of the timeline just like the McCartney doubles and lookalikes did. So as we can see, the same template was used for both the Stanshall and McCartney roles. And from the footnote I just read from page 390 of Memoirs, a version of this approach was also used for the Ackrill character. Now before we continue on, it's important to understand the difference between a birth name and a legal name. This will help to explain how Billy can call himself Paul McCartney and how the actor on Billy's payroll can call himself Vivian Stanshall. A birth name is the family name someone has when he or she is born. A legal name is a person's name that is usually the name given at birth and recorded on the birth certificate, but, and this is very important, it may be a different name that is used by a person consistently and independently, or that has been declared the person's name by a court. So what this means is your birth name can be your legal name, but a legal name does not have to be your birth name. A legal name can also be the designation chosen by a business entity such as a corporation. This is called a corporate fiction. People change their names all the time for various reasons, and here in the U.S., changing your name to something other than your birth name is not a difficult process. For those who are interested, I will leave a link in the description box below explaining the process on how to change your name. I believe Street Viv legally changed his name from his birth name to the legal name of Vivian Stanshall. Now let's take a moment to understand how Street Viv is technically Vivian Stanshall. Based on Memoirs, Billy hired an actor to assume the persona of Stanshall, who I refer to as Street Viv. It is likely the actor legally changed his name, meaning Vivian Stanshall is not his birth name. Going back to page 84 of Memoirs, Tom tells us Billy offered Street Viv a retirement package that would keep him on the payroll, but would have him alter his appearance, relocate, return to his original name, and agree to cease all further acting and musical performances. Street Viv was married to Quay Longfellow. When Street Viv's relatives insist he is not McCartney or Billy, they are correct, he is not. The responses by Street Viv's inner circle are nuanced. Technically, if he changed his legal name to Vivian Stanshall, he is Stanshall and not Billy or McCartney. However, the question to ask is this: is Vivian Stanshall his birth name? Is this the name he was given when he was born? Is this the name on his birth certificate? As is always the case, you have to ask the right questions to get to the truth. Now let's take a moment to summarize what we have covered so far. Per Memoirs, Vivian Stanshall is not a real person. Vivian Stanshall is not a birth name. In all likelihood, Street Viv used a legal name. Billy used Stanshall as a stage name. Vivian Stanshall is a character created and developed by Billy. There were at least two versions of Stanshall: Performer Viv with the Bonzos, which was Billy, and Street Viv, who was an actor/musician whose real name is unknown. Street Viv was put in place by Billy, so his McCartney and Stanshall character could coexist. Street Viv was on Billy's payroll. Street Viv was the version of Stanshall married to Quay Longfellow. In 1995, Billy wanted to retire the Stanshall character due to Linda's cancer diagnosis. He approached Street Viv with a retirement offer, but Street Viv refused to relinquish the role. Before resolving the matter, Street Viv subsequently died in a fire in March of 1995. Now, as you're listening to this chronology, the timing of Street Viv's death makes one wonder. If you are like me, it did raise an eyebrow, but I will leave it there and move to the next slide. Let's take a look at the many faces of Vivian Stanshall. Pause the video to take a moment and notice the facial features and differences. Just like the McCartney comparison I have shown in a number of presentations, we can see there is more than one person playing Stanshall. It is my assessment that pictures number 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 10 are Billy. In number 10, Billy has donned eye and facial makeup to effeminize his appearance, and images 7, 8, and 9 are Street Viv. In fact, picture number 9 comes from Stanshall's Wikipedia page. The person in image number 5 appears to be a look-alike. Earlier in the presentation, I showed two additional Stanshall characters that are not on this slide. As we have seen with my McCartney comparisons, we can clearly see there are two different people depicted as Stanshall. Feel free to pause the video to examine the slide some more. The next several slides will compare Billy's version of Stanshall and Street Viv. There will be no voiceover for these slides. I will just play the slideshow and give you time to study the images. I will resume the voiceover after these slides are presented. That concludes the slideshow, and I trust you noticed the differences between Bonzo Viv and Street Viv. In a previous video, I included this slide, which is a drawing John Lennon did. Setting aside the right foot with the cocked big toe, like we see with the version of McCartney on the Abbey Road album cover, we see Lennon sketched a picture of what certainly appears to be Vivian Stanshall. This is very interesting. And notice what's written on the sketch. Why not? I will suggest John was telling us Billy is a version of Vivian, specifically the version of Vivian with the Bonzo Dog Band. Here's an image of the McCartney character I found which has a striking resemblance to the Bonzo version of Stanshall. Notice the shape of the mouth, which is identical, the front teeth, and the shape of the eyes. With this slide, we can compare 3 images of Billy's Stanshall with his McCartney character. This time, note the hair and again the eyes. This is the same person. Please pause the video to take a closer look. This photo, which was sourced from Tom Harriet's website, shows 2 photos which were shot the same week from Magical Mystery Tour. And here's the quote from page 300 of Billy's back. Notice how different my eyebrows look when I sing as Paul from when I sang as Vivian Stanshall. I sing with my eyebrows pushed up for Paul and sing with them pushed firmly down for Vivian. The distinction give each their own look. Now let's take a look at video clips comparing the body movement and form of Billy's Bonzo Viv and Street Viv. The things to look for are overall stage presence, body type, body movement, singing voice, and facial differences.
Your film has been very successful in New York, hasn't it, as well as in England?
No idea.
Oh, well, I think I can tell you it has. It's sort of been packing them out. Now, you used to be in the Bonzo... Bonzo Dog Doodah band.
Yes.
Now, that was a marvellous band. When did that sort of not exist anymore? How long ago?
1970, we knocked that on the head.
And that's when you started working in films, was it?
Yes. No. No, I spent, no, there were about 10 years in purgatory doing things that had no effect whatsoever. So, I mean, I didn't start working in films until my birthday the year before last, and then the head of Charisma said, make a film, dear boy.
The B-side of that single, sports fans, hope it makes you sick. I don't really mean that, honestly, we're very nice chaps, really.
In the canyons of your mind, I will wander through your brain to the ventricles of your heart, my dear. I'm in love with you again. Cross the mountains of your chest, I will stick a Union Jack. Take along me Tipsy and me daisies, falling down a rubber with a cherry chine, a fine old golden oily rain, me cherry bread and cheese. You won't let up, up geezer, a newly ginger geezer, a geezer with a hoochie box of box. Spend a heavenly day here where the whispering waters play. There's a whippoorwill, he's calling you. By a waterfall, he's dreaming too. There's a magic melody Mother Nature sings to me beside a waterfall with you. Now it's your turn.
The differences between Billy and Street Viv are very noticeable to me. The screen captures on this slide are from 2 of the clips I presented. Here are some of the differences I noticed. Their stage presentation is very different. Billy's Vivian has a vaudeville feel to his act. whereas Street Viv is very British, with an almost bohemian look to his performances. Their facial features do not match up. Their stance and posture is very different. Billy is more upright, Street Viv is lankier. Their voices are different. These two people are not the same person. Now let's take a look at some possible occult clues. Here's an image of Billy as Vivian with his Bonzo Dog Band. What struck me with this image was Vivian holding a skull in his hands. Knowing that signs and symbols rule the world and how much Billy likes to drop clues, I thought I would dig a little more and see if I could find the quote-unquote bones part of the equation. Here's an image that comes directly from Stanshall's Wikipedia page. Let's take a look at the caption, which reads, Vivian with his bulldog bones, towpath, Shepperton, England, 1980. For reference, a towpath is a road or trail on the bank of a river, canal, or other inland waterway. Now, what caught my attention are three things. Street Viv had a dog named Bones. Bones was a bulldog. This is a possible clue pointing to the Beatles song Hey Bulldog, where Billy states in Memoirs that John wrote the song about Billy. Billy was considered a bulldog because of his drive. Then we see Shepperton, England, and in Memoirs, Billy tells us his surname is Shepherd. I guess this can be coincidence, but wait, it gets better. The symbol of the crossed bones creates the letter X, which is pronounced as Quay, or some might pronounce it as Chi or Key. Street Viv's wife is Quay Longfellow. Quay or Ki has the numerical value of 600 in Greek numerals. When we put together Billy's skull and Street Viv's bones, we have skull and bones. The number for skull and bones is 322. 3 times 22 equals 66. When we add the 600 from Quay or the Greek X to the 66 from skull and bones, we get 666. I should also note that the Beatles' first album, Please Please Me, was released on March 22nd, 1963. March 22nd is written as 3/22 or 322. Now let's take a look at a brief video from a Street Viv film. In this clip, the other actor in the scene with Viv is very difficult to understand, but I was able to discern and caption Street Viv's dialogue. I found the conversation very interesting. Let's take a listen.
Do you like riddles? Conograms, anagrams, acronyms, teasers, they all are. I'm easy to bend, I begin where I end. I'm soft and I'm pink and I'm shy. I'm legless and armless and hairless and harmless. I'll give you 3 guesses. Who am I? They search for the self, the psyche, the soul, the id and alter ego. God loves sheep, and nudis, verdis, per obscurum, obscurius. The answer is a word. I have 2 guesses left. I keep them by me. There are some things I like things. Horace. He donated his head to the family. Oh.
It certainly appears the occult, especially the Egyptian mysteries, permeate the narrative within the McCartney circle of family and friends. In all likelihood, Street Viv is a Freemason himself, otherwise it would be unlikely Billy would have contracted with him to play the role of Stanshall. So in the clip we have Vivian saying Horace donated his head for the family. I would suggest this is eerily linked to Paul being decapitated in a car crash where he lost his head. We have clues in songs like A Day in the Life and Don't Pass Me By, where the lyrics say he blew his mind out in a car and you were in a car crash and you lost your hair. As I have discussed in other presentations, Paul's raised eyebrow is symbolic of the Eye of Horus or the all-seeing eye. Then we factor in Aleister Crowley's Aeon of Horus, which Thelemites or Crowley acolytes, which includes the Illuminati, believe will foster in an age of self-realization and actualization, where there is a growth in the collective consciousness and love. Crowley also taught that to bring about the new age, the old must be destroyed, and we can see the chaos and dysfunction all around us today. It certainly appears we are in the midst of this alchemical process of change that the Luciferian controllers subscribe to. And to be clear, I am not advocating or espousing this doctrine, but simply offering my perspective on this philosophy. So the final point is this: the esoteric messages are hidden everywhere, even within the work of Street Viv. Now the next set of slides are from my December 2018 presentation, The Beatles, Paul McCartney, and the Grand Illusion. I included them because the Stanshall and Ackrill content is pertinent to this presentation. The content from the next two slides came from a professional artist who specializes in the human form. Let's hear what they had to say.
It's obvious Vivian is not a real person. The giveaway are the hands, shoulders, and overall body language. McCartney and Stanshall are the same person. Vivian and Billy have the same affected comical body language, head, hand, shoulder, and hip movements, as well as the same structure and rhythm of figures seen in the stance of the legs, hips, and shoulders. By studying the hands through various photographs, the fingernails are quite recognizable. The ring finger on the left hand is very discernible, so too are the fingertips, which are flattened and have a distinctive shape. They also have the same odd hollow on the cheeks. The other major giveaway is the right eye. They have obviously constructed the eyebrow ridge to try to mimic Paul McCartney. The real McCartney looked more beat up. He was more sturdy, tough, manly in his body movements. His facial features looked stressed, including his ears and cheeks. I am from Liverpool myself, and it may sound odd, but working-class Scousers have a certain mannerism and look. Vivian did not have it at all and was actually quite effeminate. It is also really obvious from studying photographs and film footage that there are multiple stand-in Beatles.
Now let's take a look at some photo comparisons of Billy's version of Vivian. One mistake made by many looking into the McCartney conspiracy is overlooking the physical change in Stanshall himself. Vivian went from having a Scottish ruggedness to a more effeminate look. These dramatic changes in appearance evolved over a short period of time, not decades. So here we see two photos of Stanshall with the Bonzo Dog Band. Take a close look at the call-out images to the lower right of each picture. The photo on the left is what Bill looked like before surgery. The photo on the right is Bill after surgery, with makeup thrown in for good measure. If we set aside preconceived notions and maintain an objective mind, it should be obvious something very significant took place to alter Stanshall's appearance, and that something is surgery. So as we can see, in just a couple of years, Vivian Stanshall's transformation was not subtle. It was a drastic and permanent change in appearance, one that he would carry forward from this point on. On this slide, we have the revamped Stanshall in the center with an image of him playing McCartney on the left from the 1967 time period. To the far right is both images overlaid, and we can see it is an exact match. Notice the flare of the nostrils, the mouth and lip structure, and even the mustache. Along with the transformational progress from surgery, Bill is also donning a wig and using latex to round out the McCartney look. So between the surgery, latex, and cosmetics, his McCartney character comes to life. With this sequence of images, we can see how the facial features match up, starting with an older version of Bill on the left and moving across to the right to the older version of Stanshall. As the older-looking Stanshall, Bill relied on the use of latex to alter the nose, cheeks, and hairline, with the overall shape of the head remaining the same. This is no different than the makeup used to develop characters in movies and theater productions. From Wikipedia.
Foam latex is a lightweight, soft form of latex which is used in masks and facial prosthetics to change a person's outward appearance. The Wizard of Oz was one of the first films to make extensive use of foam latex prosthetics in the 1930s. Since then, it has been a staple of film, television, and stage productions, as well as finding use in a number of other fields. Its original formulation began in 1936 and was the work of makeup artist Charles Gamora.
Another question from some folks looking into the McCartney conspiracy is, who is the guy with the beaked nose? Well, the guy with the beaked nose is the same guy playing with the Bonzos. It's Billy. Here I have a screen capture showing the profile of Billy as Stanshall from a BBC program, and there's the nose. Once the surgeries were underway, there was work done to his nose to reduce the flare at the base by the nostrils, which was more prominent before surgery. So I think we can call this case closed. The beaked nose mystery has been solved. Here's another comparison of Bill as Stanshall and as McCartney. Take a moment and notice the similarities in the facial profile by following the arrows. In fact, pause the video if you would like to take the time to study the pictures. We have the same slope to the forehead, the same curve at the top of the nose between the eyes, the same profile of the overall shape of the nose, and the same chin and jawline. Even though these pictures are 50 years apart, A discerning eye can see this is the same person in both pictures. Here's another photo comparison of Bill. The picture on the left is obviously before surgery. Notice the overall shape of the face and the eyebrows compared to the McCartney photo. In the picture on the right, we can see the nose has been surgically altered to reduce the flare of Bill's nose by the nostrils. Over the years, the surgery and fillers are not holding up like it used to. This is due to age and the skin losing elasticity. Again, although these pictures are approximately 50 years apart, the base facial features can still be observed. Now let's recap some of the slides showing Bill's Stanshall character is indeed his McCartney character. Here's a slide showing 2 iterations of Stanshall with the Bonzo Dog Band. Again, pay close attention to the dramatic change in Stanshall's facial appearance. This is the same guy. The picture on the left is Stanshall before surgery, and on the right is after surgery. Notice how his face has become softer and more effeminate. Now let's take a look at the post-surgery Stanshall and the McCartney character. Focus on the overall shape of the head and the mouth. In the McCartney image, Bill is wearing a wig and latex has been utilized to mimic the McCartney look. It should also be noted the McCartney photo may have been taken after additional nose surgery. Although even if this is the case, we can still see the flare at the nostrils. Over time, additional surgery was performed to further reshape Billy's nose. Here again we have the same 2 pictures from the previous slide overlaid with each other. This is clearly the same person, with Bill's McCartney character donning latex, makeup, and a wig. The first image is Bill before surgery, the second is after surgery, and the third is Billy in his McCartney character. The giveaway showing that person number 1 is the same person as picture number 2 is the nose. It is the same nose with the flare at the nostrils. The face in the middle picture, or image number 2, has been rounded out with fillers, and although the eyes appear to have been altered, they still show similarities to Bill's natural eye shape. Also, if you look close enough, you can see the lines in the forehead are the same in picture number 1 and picture number 2. The image on the left is a photo of Billy sourced from a recent interview. Notice his eyes, especially the left eye which wanders, and also how the left eyelid has a slightly lazier look when compared to his right eye. And then notice the overall shapes of the face. We can also see where the flare of the nostrils in the left photo were surgically altered to be less prominent than the flare of the nostrils on the right, but the ball of the nose has the same look. This is Billy in both pictures. Now let's insert biological Paul's face into the mix and take a look and ask ourselves, when the person in image number 2 was younger, who does he look more like? Is it picture number 1 or picture number 3? For me, picture number 2 clearly goes with picture number 1. Therefore, it is my conclusion that Billy was indeed Vivian Stanshall and he is not biological Paul. To fully understand how latex can be used to transform a person to an entirely different look, let's watch this clip of Michael Jackson where his appearance is radically altered. In Memoirs, Billy tells us his son James looks very much like he did before all the surgeries. So let's take a moment and compare Bill to his son. Here we have the picture of Billy before the surgeries and a photo of his son James. There is certainly a family resemblance. The shape of the face, the complexion, and the color of the hair comes from his father. Very Scottish indeed. I also laid in a picture of Linda to show how James also has characteristics of his mother. For example, he has more of his mother's nose and her eye shape. Now let's move to the next slide and take a look at a young Billy without the mustache and compare him to his son. Here we have rare images of Billy without any facial hair. I converted the pictures of James to grayscale in order to normalize the comparison. It should be very obvious to anyone who's being objective that James has an uncanny resemblance to Bill. This is certainly strong evidence that James McCartney is the son of William Shepard and not the offspring of Bio Paul. In my opinion, This is possibly as close as we will get to a smoking gun proving that Billy is not James Paul McCartney. And to be fair, Bill tells us so by suggesting in Memoirs that we make this comparison to help understand he is not Paul. The differences between Billy and biological Paul have become more obvious with the passing of time. In fact, I'm not even sure Bill is concerned with keeping up with the masquerade anymore. It's been a long run of over 50 years, and maintaining the facade has run its course, and most likely one of the main reasons Billy has decided to disclose. Now, before we finish up the Stanshall segment, let's take a look at a clue Billy gave us about his Vivian connection on Sgt. Pepper. To further show Bill was Stanshall, we could take a look at the Sgt. Pepper album cover. Sgt. Pepper was loaded up with Masonic clues from the geometry of where people are standing and looking with their eyes. But there is one clue in plain sight that few Paul is Dead researchers have noticed, and that is the instruments each Beatle is holding in their hands. All of these instruments are played by Billy. He is a wind instrument player by trade. We have John holding the French horn, Ringo the trumpet, George the piccolo, and Bill holding his English horn. If we go back to many of the old Stanshall videos, we will see Vivian playing all of these instruments. And then we have the Beatles introducing us to the one and only Billy Shears, where Shears is a play on the name Shepherd, as well as telling us Billy's here. And let's not forget Billy Pepper from the early 1960s band Billy Pepper and the Pepper Pots. And now let's switch gears and discuss Bill's other character, Phil Ackrill. Connecting the Phil Ackrill piece of the puzzle back to Billy is admittedly more of a challenge. This is due to several reasons. First, pictures of Ackrill are sparse. It appears that after 1963, he disappears. For example, when I did a Google search on Phil Ackrill in the 1970s, I found nothing but images comparing early 1960s headshots to McCartney. The images I did find are in the 1960 through 63 time frame. It almost seems like he was scrubbed from the internet and dumped into the memory hole. Many of the images are small in size and the image quality is not great. This means when you attempt to zoom in, the images distort and become heavily pixelized, making it difficult to do comparisons. The other issue is, Phil was Billy before surgeries. So once Bill's surgeries began, in particular the fillers to round out the face, comparisons became a little challenging. However, we can still examine the eyes, nose, chin, and jawline to prove the case, and we will step through this in the upcoming slides. As we know, Memoirs makes the bold claim that Ackrill is not a real person, but a character played by Bill in the band The Diplomats with Denny Laine. Also, the updated edition of Memoirs tells us the Diplomats played on the same bill as the Beatles back in 1962 and shared the same dressing room. Memoirs also states that Bill, as Phil, did know biological Paul McCartney and was introduced to Paul by Denny Laine. This revelation is telling us that Billy was running in the same circles as the Beatles and was potentially in the pipeline for at least 4 years prior to 1966. Also, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, if all of this were not true, these statements could result in potential legal issues. For example, Phil Ackrill could pursue legal recourse in the form of a cease and desist order. The fact that 9 years has passed since the first edition of Memoirs, and the second edition is even more blatant about the Ackrill claim, it would seem that where there is smoke, there is fire. Now let's take a look at how the Ackrill clue was given to us in the first edition of Memoirs. As I mentioned, there is very limited information on Phil Ackrill, especially when it comes to the lack of quality images from his days with the Diplomats when he played with Denny Laine and Bev Bevan. It appears there was a concerted effort to scrub Ackrill's pictures from the internet, along with EMI never releasing an album the Diplomats recorded back in the early 1960s. In Memoirs, Billy tells us he did indeed play the character of Ackrill. The first edition of Memoirs is admittedly coy about the connection to Phil, but the second layer of encoding, which is represented by the bolded letters highlighted on this slide, reveals the truth with Billy telling us he, meaning Phil, was a fine person, I am them, meaning Billy was in the Diplomats. It's important to remember Bill and Denny have a long history and go way back. We can see proof of this when Billy formed Wings and reunited with his longtime friend. And speaking of Wings, Bill left us a Phil clue in the song Rock Show from his Venus and Mars album when he sings, "What's that man holding in his hand? He looks a lot like a guy I knew way back when. It's Silly Willie with the Philly band. Could be ooh-wee." Silly Willie is Silly Billy with the Philly or Phil Ackrill band, the Diplomats. Bill is Phil. Now let's revisit the Ackrill footnote on page 390 of the updated version of Memoirs.
William used the role of Phil Ackrill before giving it, attempting to lease it, to Phil Ralston, while reserving the option to still do performances occasionally and to give recording assistance. Ralston, the new Phil Ackrill, enthusiastically received the role in hopes of a recording contract. When that contract failed to materialize, William lost interest in the band, leaving the role entirely to Ralston, who later likewise became discouraged, quit the band, and pursued a career outside the music industry. Although William says he quote-unquote invented the Phil Ackrill role, the name appears to have been suggested to William by an associate of Ralston's mother. William's role as Vivian Stanshall likewise involved another performer, and was likewise less profitable than William intended. Unlike the Ackrill role, William never completely left the Stanshall role to another.
Here's an interesting image I found. Notice the name for Phil is not Ackrill, but it shows Phil Ralston, and Phil Ralston is listed at 6 feet 2 inches. As I have mentioned in previous presentations and shows, Bill in his prime was also 6 feet 2 inches, but because of age, his height is now an inch or two smaller, or around 6 feet in height. Now what's going on here? Why is Ralston's name on the playbill? My contention is this is Billy as a young man, but since Bill knew he was transitioning out of the Ackrill role, the switch from Ackrill to Ralston was underway. This was done to set the table and to acclimate the public to Phil Ralston taking over the role. In other words, this is another example of conditioning public perception. Most importantly, Ralston's name appearing on the playbill significantly strengthens the argument that Ackrill was not a real person, because if he were, it should be Ackrill's name appearing on the bill and not Ralston's. Here is a side-by-side comparison of Billy as Ackrill and Billy as Stanshall. The picture of the younger Billy on the left is from the very early 1960s. The image of Billy as Stanshall on the right is from around the mid-1960s. So we have approximately a 4 to 6 year difference in age. The wider face on the older Billy is a result of the fillers he was receiving to round out his face. However, even with the wider face, notice the shape of the eyes, the nose, and the elongated chin. In an upcoming slide, we will look at another comparison and we will see this is the same person. Periodically, I get sent this video as proof that Phil Ackrill is a real person. This quote-unquote proof consists of a caption with the name Phil Ackrill appearing in the clip and then the lead singer introducing this person as Ackrill. As we know, Memoirs tells us Phil Ackrill is a character or stage name and Billy and then Phil Ralston played the role. And in my previous slide, I showed a Diplomat's playbill with Phil Ralston's name on it, not Phil Ackrill's. This strongly suggests, as Memoirs states, that Ackrill is a character and not a real person. This video clip dates from 1992, which is 30 years after the dating of most of the Ackrill images found on the internet. Comparing people after 3 decades with little or no evidence in between is difficult at best. With Billy, we at least have images available to us throughout the timeline. Some watching this video might see a resemblance to Ackrill, but a resemblance does not mean they are the same person. It's also very odd that Denny Laine and Bev Bevan went on to rock and roll stardom. We have to ask ourselves, what happened to Phil Ackrill? Did fame and fortune elude him, or did he secure the grand prize of playing Paul McCartney? My contention is this: the person in this video is either Phil Ralston or another musician playing the role of Phil Ackrill. Here's a slide showing Billy as Phil with Denny Laine and the Diplomats, and then a later image of Billy reunited with Denny when he formed Wings. By the way, Denny's real name is Brian Hines. Denny Laine is a stage name. With these images, we can see the length of the eyebrow is the same between Ackrill and McCartney. The nose has the same overall shape. The difference in the flare at the base of the nose is the result of surgery, and the long chin and jawline is also apparent. The picture on the left is Phil Ackrill from the early 1960s, and the picture to the right is Stanshall circa 1966 or so. Notice the shape of the ear, the shape of the nose with the flare at the nostrils, and the jaw and chin line. In 1960, Bill was 23 years old. In 1966, he was almost 30, so we need to take into account 4 to 6 years of his face filling out due to age and then also because of the fillers. But even with several years in between the photos, the comparison, in my opinion, is very compelling. Now let's move to what I believe is a great comparison mapping the Ackrill character to the McCartney character. This comparison, in my opinion, is a gem. Take a look at the elongated chin and jawline, and then the nose and the smile. Even when we take into account the McCartney character has had surgery to lift the eyebrows, the eyes still look similar. Although these two pictures are approximately 10 years apart, the likeness is uncanny. This, in my opinion, is the same person. Feel free to pause the video to examine the facial features between these two images. Here's another set of photos comparing the body stance of Phil Ackrill to that of McCartney. Note the overall stance and posture. Now note the left hand, the leg positioning, the jaw and chin line, and the eyebrows. This is Billy playing both Phil Ackrill and Paul McCartney. Before we continue, I wanted to mention Phil's eyes, which at times are light in color and other times dark. Like foam latex, which has been around since the 1930s and used extensively in Hollywood and theater productions, it's important to note that contact lenses have been around a long time as well, going back to the late 1880s. As I noted on this slide, we can see steady progress was made over time, and by 1959, the contact lens evolved to what we would consider the modern-day lens. The question becomes, were colored contact lenses available to the deep state which Billy and the Beatles were part of? My guess is yes. For those of us who are involved in conspiracy and alternative research, we know that by the time technology rolls around to the general public, it has been in the hands of the controllers for years or decades before it gets rolled out to the masses. And so I believe it's very possible this could explain Ackrill and his different eye colors. I also found a picture of Phil Ackrill with dark hair. I included this image because it shows how the band, and Ackrill in particular, would change things up with cosmetics. And this is certainly something entertainers do, and have done, for a very long time. Before we get to the summary, I wanted to run this clip from the movie Yesterday, where many Paul is Dead clues were hidden in plain sight. I will leave the links to two videos I did where I discussed the clues I noted in the film. There was one scene in the movie which dropped a Vivian Stanshall clue. The Stanshall character was also known by the alias Ginger Geezer. Therefore, Ginger Geezer and Vivian Stanshall are one and the same. In the movie, Ed Sheeran drops the Ginger Geezer clue in the kitchen scene while talking with the Jack Mallet character. Let's take a listen.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Ed. Jack there?
Oh, right, I'll see for yourself. Just wait there, love. Jack! It's for you.
Who's it?
His name's Ed. He's got a nice friendly face.
Hi. Hi. Can I come in? Your shirt's inside out. Christ. We should... Ouch.
So, look, I'm sorry to barge in like this.
No, our major pop stars always dropping round, you know. Lady Gaga won't leave us alone.
You're funny.
Oh, funny little kid at least.
Yeah, so anyway, I live locally and I saw your song on TV and it was really good.
Wow.
So I Googled you and I listened to your songs on the Warehouse website. And they were even better.
Gosh, thanks.
Alright, don't mind me.
So I've had the support acts drop out of the European leg of the tour and I was wondering if you'd consider it.
Consider what?
Yeah, being the opening act.
For you, seriously?
No.
Yeah, why not?
What? When will I start?
Tuesday?
Do you know where the pickle is?
No.
No.
What, Tuesday, not next July?
No, Tuesday. Is your hearing alright?
No, my hearing's fine, it's just you keep saying lots of really strange things. But yes, thank you, yes. How long do you need?
About 30 minutes, maximum. Any more than that, people start getting a bit restless. You know, bring on the Ginger Geezer.
Get in.
Any more than that, people start getting a bit restless. You know, bring on the Ginger Geezer.
Get in.
How long do you need? About 30 minutes, maximum. Any more than that, people start getting a bit restless. You know, bring on the Ginger Geezer.
Get in.
So we have to ask ourselves, why was Ginger Geezer mentioned in the movie Yesterday? The reason is because the film is loaded up with Paul is Dead clues, and one of those clues? Well, Billy played the role of Vivian Stanshall, who was also known as Ginger Geezer. Before we conclude with my closing thoughts, I thought I would share a Paul is Dead clue that Billy dropped on his McCartney 2 album. I would like to thank my friend and fellow researcher Victoria for bringing this clue to my attention. When we look at Billy's McCartney 2 album cover, we see two shadows, one to the left of his head and one to the right. Billy is in the middle, representing the integration of those two parts, or the integration of Billy and biological Paul. In other words, Billy is Paul and Paul is Billy. Also, Paul's birthday was June 18, 1942, making him a Gemini. Gemini is known as the twins, and the symbol for Gemini looks like the Roman numeral for 2. So McCartney 2 is about McCartney the twin, or about a very good double named Billy. In summary, the McCartney conspiracy is a highly complex psychological operation. It involves actors, doubles, lookalikes, plastic surgery, latex, cosmetics, etc. By placing actors within the context of certain narratives, most people look past the obvious discrepancies and adopt the controller's desired storyline. Critical thinking and discernment clearly shows Billy is not biological Paul, but because Billy is shown within the context of the Beatles, he is Paul. Otherwise, who else would he be? The same is true for the Stanshall and Ackrill characters. There were at least 2 different people playing Vivian, with one being Billy and the other an actor on Billy's payroll. Billy as a young man also played the character Phil Ackrill, who was in the band The Diplomats, which included Denny Laine and Bev Bevan. To ensure that Ackrill could coexist with the McCartney role in the same way Stanshall did, Billy leased the character out to Phil Ralston, who played Ackrill until the role fizzled out. From the very beginning, Bill has been telling us he is not biological Paul. He's been dropping Paul is Dead clues since at least 1967 and is still doing so today. Mr. Shears has been hiding the truth in plain sight. And that concludes the presentation. The comment section is open. Please feel free to share your thoughts and feedback, and thanks for listening. Welcome, my friends, to the Sage of Quay Radio Hour, your home for free and critical thinking, and I'm your host, Mike Williams. Today, my guests are fellow researchers and colleagues Melinda, Victoria, and Wendy. The ladies join me for a roundtable discussion to analyze the 9 after 909 edition of the Memoirs of Billy Shears, a book that many consider to be a must-read for anyone researching and looking into the Paul is Dead or McCartney conspiracy. The conversation was wide-ranging and insightful as we discussed the story of the man who has been playing the part of Paul McCartney for over 50 years. So sit back, take a listen, and enjoy, because a splendid time is guaranteed for all. Well, folks, we have a great show today, and as promised, this show is going to bring together friends of mine who are researchers and colleagues that have studied the Paul is Dead conspiracy or the McCartney conspiracy, and all of us have dove into the Memoirs of Billy Shears. And today we're going to focus on the Blue Book, which is the second edition, which came out September 9th of last year. That's when it was pre-ordered. So with me for this show is Melinda, Victoria, and Wendy. And we have been conversing back and forth over the last 2 or 3 years. And as I have mentioned on a number of shows, I do a lot of my own research, but there's a lot of really smart people out there that are also doing research. And with that, I would like to thank Melinda, Victoria, and Wendy for joining the show. So the first question I have, ladies, is the book itself, The Memoirs of Billy Shears. And we're going to focus on the blue cover. Is Billy involved in this book, or is the book a figment of Tom Harriet's imagination? And so we'll start with Melinda first. Melinda, what are your thoughts?
There's way too many inside perspectives in the life of the Beatles, and the music industry, Tom would have to have been a creative genius to have put this thing together strictly by research. So, I mean, I just really don't see how it could be anything other than Bill being heavily involved in this. Just the lyric content of explaining how songs connect to each other, what lyrics mean, is absolutely mind-blowing. It will make the hair on the back of your neck stand up. A lot of times when you experience truth and it resonates with you, you have experiences like that where, you know, you get goosebumps and things become crystal clear. And reading that book was definitely an experience like that for me.
Okay. Victoria, what are your thoughts?
Billy is definitely involved. I don't think Tom Harriet could have done it, although I think he's a smart guy. I don't think that he could have, I don't think he could have done this if he were 100% accurate psychic. He couldn't have come up with some of this stuff. And there's also song lyrics in the back. He would have had to have been a lyricist. And I don't think that's possible. There's just a lot of insider information. He would have to be talking to either William or somebody extremely close to William. There's mentions of obscure songs in there, you know, things that most people wouldn't have even thought about. And I would think that there would be a lot of copyright infringement. Just for an example, the movie Yesterday paid out about 40% of their budget just to copyrights for the songs. This book likely did not have the same opportunities to pay big money, and money would have had to have been exchanged or permissions.
So you're saying the financing of the book alone to include the songs would have been an astronomical amount of money?
Yes, for a company like the Pepper Press, was it?
Yeah, right.
It's not like it's Doubleday or someone. That's my opinion on that. So
now you mentioned the lyrics in the back of the book. Just so for folks who haven't read the book, what Victoria is speaking about there is there's a song contest. And in the back of the book, there are lyrics that Billy has supplied. And if you write a song and you incorporate those lyrics, you can submit it. And at some point, Billy claims that he's going to release a CD with the winners of the song contest with, you know, their versions of the songs with those lyrics on that CD or album. So that's what Victoria was referring to. Wendy, how about yourself? What are your thoughts?
Yes, I think you'd have to be extremely close to the Beatles or Billy himself to be able to come up with this kind of detail. And, you know, too much continual knowledge of the time and ongoing involvement. It has to be Billy. And also, when people write a book, they do it for money and, you know, for the subject. But this book isn't advertised at all. And so it has to be someone that doesn't really need the money for the book to be coming out, if that makes sense. Because of the way it's, you know, it's advertised. So it just couldn't be anyone else.
Yeah, in fact, I think Billy refers to it as an underground book, and it was self-published, right, through CreateSpace, I believe it was, right? So you're right. So it is very limited exposure, and it's almost as if what he's saying is, if you really want to know and you're really seeking, you'll find it.
Yes, absolutely.
Let's talk a little bit about why Billy is releasing this information and why he's disclosing. So, Melinda, what are your thoughts? Why is he doing this?
I would venture to guess that, for one, he is closing in on his crossing over date and to explain how it all went down, and also some type of validation. But I think more than anything else is the introduction where he discusses to his children that he wrote that as a way of understanding that they've had to live a lie. It's one thing for him and Linda to have made that choice, but, you know, they pretty much hoisted that upon their children with no choice for them to to make as to whether or not they wanted to live this lie. So I think, clearing the air is one thing, but I think more than anything, it's almost an apology to his kids.
Interesting. That's an interesting perspective. I hadn't thought about it in that way, but that's very interesting. Victoria, how about yourself?
Because living a lie is difficult. It's, and he's been doing it a very long time. And I think that he has made efforts in the past, whether it was an obligation or just something he wanted with these clues and these little truths that he left along the way, the album covers and the whatever. Because honestly, on those clues, for normal people, it would be like the joke that got old. It was fun the first couple, but then after that, he just kept doing it. And so obviously he was trying to communicate, and obviously people weren't getting it. And he wants to tell them about himself. He is getting towards the end of the runway, and he wants to finish up his unfinished business.
And people don't know who he is, right? I mean, that's the point. All of these songs, and who knows who Billy Shears or Billy Shepherd or Billy Campbell, whatever surname you want to use, nobody knows who he is. Everybody thinks he's a guy by the name of Paul McCartney, right?
Right. Even at the end of the song index, it does state that as Billy ends his entire life, there is a sentence in there that says that. So this is all prepping. This is all prepping us to get ready for the next step.
Okay. Wendy?
I think when, the replacement happened, it was probably exciting, and the thought of money and fame was, on his mind, and being in charge of, the best group in the world, the Beatles, was sort of sounded amazing. But I think after 53 years, the majority of fans don't know who he is, and I think it may be taking its toll. And I think also when you get older, you have periods of reflection, and you sometimes sit and analyse your life's path. And I think, like everyone else has said, he's getting near the end of his runway, and he basically wants people to know who he is. And I think more than that, I think he wants people to like him.
Yeah, he mentions that in the book. He wants us to get to know him. And one of the things I guess we could talk about now a little bit is in the Red Book, for those of us that read the Red Book, the tone that Billy took in the narrative was very arrogant to a lot of people. I felt that way when I read the Red Book. And then I noticed with the Blue Book that the arrogance was softened, and he came across a little more personable. What are your thoughts on that? Wendy, I'll start with you, since I kind of tagged on to your response there.
I haven't read the Red Book. I've only read comments about it. But most people have said, how arrogant and self-centered he sounded in the Red Book. He definitely seems a nicer person, a more balanced person in the Blue Book. And the Blue Book contains more detailed disclosure and more verifiable facts. And he doesn't sound so egotistical as everybody said that he did in the Red Book. And also there's more emphasis placed on Crowley in the Blue Book. And I think it's all information for us to find out everything else for ourselves.
Melinda, you read the Red Book, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what is your take? Was Billy more arrogant in the Red Book versus the Blue Book?
Oh, absolutely. But, I mean, you can equate that with, 10 years between both books?
Yeah.
10 years can make a big difference in your maturity level and your mellow attitude. So, you gotta factor that into it, is that he's just growing older and a little more softer around the edges.
Yeah, because it was 9 years between the books, the Red Book and the Blue Book.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you think about our own, how we are looking back at what you were like 10 years ago, whatever, as opposed to now. You're a lot more patient. So, and some of it could be just a reaction to the Red Book.
Yes.
That he got so much negative feedback from the attitude that he decided to tone it down.
Victoria, how about yourself? Did you read the Red Book?
I read the Red Book and I read the Blue Book. I felt like in spots, the Red Book was almost hard to read due to the arrogance. I mean, I might skip a page or two here or there because I got tired of hearing it. Nonetheless, when the new book came out, I was excited. I wanted to read it. I went and got it. And I tell people that it's like some of the layers of his glass onion have been peeled back. It's revealing. He's personable. It's somebody that you would like to meet and have a chat with. It's definitely full of more emotion.
Now, what about the discussion about Tom himself? Now, we've all heard that people saying that Tom is not a real person and all this, and I believe all of us on this call know that Tom is indeed real. So what's your take on Tom's role with this? Just your opinion. How do you think that he got involved in doing this book with Billy? Melinda, is Tom real?
Oh, Tom's real.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm Facebook friends with him, and he seems like a genuinely nice guy. He's never been anything but really kind and positive.
Yes.
I was just reading it for the third time, the blue one, and the part where he said, think of all historical facts with the Beatles as fiction and all the things that are in this book as fact.
Right.
Tom obviously had quite a reputation for what he does for him to be enlisted to do this book in the first place.
Victoria, what are your thoughts regarding Tom's role with the book?
Well, if you read the sleeve of the book, it says Tom is a code breaker. And that kind of made me think about taking us back to the Red Book and maybe a little before that. The whole Da Vinci Code thing was big there for a while, the Bible codes and encoding and the whole bunch of that, which isn't something that is a hot topic now, but at that time it was. And I think that Tom and Bill they kind of share an esoteric view about codes and encoding. I'm not saying that Tom necessarily believes the same things that Bill does as far as spirituality or anything else like that. I just mean that, maybe it's like a hobby type of a thing for Tom to be this encoder, and Bill happens to like codes. So I think there's more to their friendship than emails and telephone calls, because he knows so much that would almost be expected that they've at least met. I would think if I were trusting, I wouldn't trust a stranger with all that insider information unless I'd met them and felt good about it.
Right. Wendy?
I think Tom obviously is real. I think he's probably a Freemason as well. And I think he comes across as a completely trustworthy individual. And he obviously has Billy's confidence to be able to keep all this information. And he just comes across as a decent person when I've seen comments and everything else about Tom. And I think he's just trusted. He's a trusted individual, which I think in this psychological operation, you need to have somebody that is going to fulfill their part of the deal.
That's a very good point. Basically, some even keel element to this whole thing, because it is a very controversial topic. We all know this. And we all know that even within the Paul is Dead community itself, I mean, people don't agree. And it can get, quite nasty sometimes. So I think this calming effect, or, this even keelness that Tom brings is very helpful. So that's a very good point, Wendy. I did ask Tom about the encoding and how it is that he came upon these skills. And it was in an email exchange that we had. It's going back several months ago, maybe even a year ago or so. And he said to me that he had received the training a long time ago, and that when he was being trained to do this, that at the time he had no idea why he was taking this training and why he was involved in it. And so it's one of those things, if you read into it, where he was being essentially tapped, identified early on as somebody who had a certain skill set that was going to be very beneficial down the line. Now, whether it meant it had to do with the Memoirs of Billy Shears or something else, we don't know that. But sounds to me like, lack of a better term, he was groomed. That's what it sounded like to me. So what are your thoughts on that, Melinda?
Well, over the history, haven't Masons and secret societies kind of encoded and communicated with each other, even written in the Bible and, you know, William Shakespeare and all that type of stuff. So, you know, he just excelled at what he did. Just like grooming Bill. I mean, he showed a talent for music at a very young age, according to Memoirs. And I'm sure Tom showed a talent for what he did at a very young age. And so they just sort of gelled. They both had built reputations, and it only made sense to put the two of them together.
Yeah. So another story that I can tell here, and it was through an email exchange I had with Tom, and I had a question about, and this is during when the Red Book was out. The Blue Book was not released yet, and it had to do with the whole Phil Ackrill piece of the book. And I had a question about the Ackrill narrative. And so I emailed Tom, and he wrote me back, and he said, you know, Mike, I have to go through the boxes that I have and let me see what information, additional details that I have that I can look to incorporate into the book to clarify certain aspects of the Ackrill story. So that was it. That was basically the exchange. But what I found interesting was that he said that he had to go back to the boxes, which says to me that a shipment of boxes came, and I'm sure those files were very orderly, chronological, and had Billy's life detailed to the nth degree. So it was up to Tom to go through all that information and sort through it and then put the book together.
Wow.
That's my take on it, right? I don't know this for sure. I'm just saying that I'm kind of extrapolating here based upon that one email that we had. Let's go down this path a little bit now, because this is something that those of us that have read the memoirs of Billy Shears, and we talk about it and we discuss it, that we bump up against a lot, that people question the truthfulness of the book, because the book is categorized as historical fiction. And the reason for that, as we all know, is because, and it is explained in the book, the reason why it is categorized as historical fiction is because Billy and Tom, but we'll focus on Billy because he's the protagonist, he had to sign non-disclosures and confidentiality agreements in order to be in the role of Paul McCartney. So in order to be able to not breach those contracts, there has to be a fictional element flowing through the book. Now, that being said, the question becomes, do the fictional elements of the book outweigh the truthfulness of the book? So that's why I will always say the book is truthful. And if you go into the book realizing that the reason why there has to be fictional aspects is because they have to protect the agreements that have been signed, and you can rise above getting hunkered down with, well, you know, this little piece here is, I believe, to be fictional, so I'm just going to disregard the entire book. I think that's very foolish, my personal opinion, because of all the detail that is in the book that only an insider would know. We mentioned before about the song lyrics and how the song lyrics tie together, and the true meanings of many of those lyrics, because all of the songs after Billy joined the band were all Paul is Dead songs, so they had Paul is Dead clues in them, some more than others, but this is what Billy tells us in Memoirs. Victoria, how about yourself? The truthfulness of the book, how do you explain it to people if and when you're asked?
Well, I have a tough time getting other people to read the book. They've already made up their minds, but I think that throughout the book there are small untruths here and there to help that, but nothing that matters, nothing that's a big deal. I think it's generally mostly truthful. I think that people struggle with the occult aspect, but who's going to go in there and say, oh, I'm a follower of Crowley? I mean, who's going to go in there and say that if there's not something to it? And by the way, everything that I can find in there, researchable, that I've looked up is true.
Yes, you hit on a very key point. Those aspects of the book where he explains the occult and other scenarios that he takes us through, when you research it, and we'll get into it a little later with the Stanshall bit, when you research it, you're left with proving it or validating that it's true. Because when I go through this, and I know you ladies do the same thing, I go into it and I'm looking to either validate it or debunk it based upon my own independent research. So I use the book as a foundation. It's a starting point, the stepping stone. And then I branch out to see if what's being told in the book is accurate, if it's truthful. And what I have found is that the big stuff in the book is indeed factual, coming from my perspective and my research. So is that where you're going with it too, Victoria?
Yes, I have, looked up the stuff I'm interested in and some of the other stuff that I really wasn't. I just wanted to see what I could find, and especially with the occultic aspects, I found everything to be true, everything that is researchable, everything. And I'm not saying that Tom Harriet is made all this up about, well, there would have been lawsuits.
Yes.
If Bill wasn't okay with such being said about him, then there would have just been lawsuits all over the place.
Wendy, how about yourself?
Well, I read it on face value, and I think it's as truthful as it possibly can be. And I know there are themes running through the book from start to finish, especially there's a long-running joke between John and Billy regarding 666 the Beast, and they laugh about that. So that tells you that it's sort of not true. And I think that particular part was Tom Harriet's idea. Yes, it was. And so I agree with you. It's like a foundation course in college. It's there to create your interest and give you a certain amount of information for you then to go out and find the rest of the information yourself. In chapter 65, it says everything to prove identity is true and verifiable, and facts about not being Paul are easily documented. And it does state that chapter 35 is fiction, and Tom Harriet took liberties with dialogue and other elements, but on the whole, I think it's a truthful book. I think it's as truthful as it possibly can be without getting into trouble over it.
And chapter 65, by the way, is a very important chapter, and especially if you break down the acrostical code. So maybe what I'll do is I'll insert that into the show so people can see what the acrostical code looks like for chapter 65. As you all know, I put a video out giving my perspective on what I thought were the fictional components of the book. Now, I will say this, and I haven't mentioned this before, but I did run my premise by Tom, and Tom got back to me and said, you're on the right track. My premise was, and I'll put the link down in the description box below for the video, that the fictional parts of Memoirs has to do with a psychological play or psychological thread in the book. And they knew, when I say they, I mean Billy and Tom knew, that because of people's belief systems, they are apt to believe something if it resonates with them or it's something that they believe in, and they are apt to disbelieve something if it doesn't fit into or gel with their worldview. The example I can use is the occult. Many people reject the occult. They just do not believe that the occult exists, that it's played up, it's over-exaggerated. So when the book talks about the occult aspects, there are a lot of people that will just reject that out of hand. As soon as you reject it, what you're saying is that part of the book is fiction. If you think that Aleister Crowley was unimportant or that he was a carnival barker, then whenever Billy talks about Crowley and you don't believe in Crowley, you're going to say, well, that part is fiction. And we can go right down the line. So if you don't believe that he played a version of Vivian Stanshall, then when you read the Stanshall pieces in the book, you're going to say that's fiction. I figured this out because, as I was reading it, I thought to myself, because I've been in the research conspiracy business for a long time, and as I was reading it, I was thinking to myself, this is like the motherlode of conspiracy in this book as far as the occult goes, the esoteric, mysticism, all of that stuff, Crowley, magic, the Illuminati. And I thought, this book is not for the average person, because for the average person to pick this up and not have any understanding of Freemasonry, secret societies, the Illuminati, Crowley, or any of that stuff is really going to struggle to get their heads wrapped around this book. And in fact, many people might just put the book down and say, what a bunch of nonsense. So I thought to myself, what if that was the major approach to defining the fiction? Because my thinking was, let's just say, hypothetically, you're going to take Billy to court, and you're going to take the memoirs of Billy Shears into court with you. How do you prove that the occult is important, or that the occult is real? How do you prove numerology? How do you prove Aleister Crowley and his influence? And the answer to that is you cannot. So therefore, those aspects of the book, they could be deemed fiction. Even if you presented it to a jury and you talk to the jury about a lot of what's in this book, I mean, their heads are going to swim. They're going to go, that just can't be. That can't be real. And so when that happens, what do you have? So the fictional pieces of the book, a majority of the fiction in the book has to do with playing on people's belief systems and their worldviews. People believe things, they accept it. People don't believe things, they reject it. So I know I was a little long-winded there. So let's just go around the table a little bit and see if I'm out to lunch here. So Wendy, what do you think about that?
So in that case, possibly all the book could be truthful, but because of people's personal ideologies, it can never be called the absolute truth because nobody will believe 100% of it.
That's right. Yep, that's exactly my premise, that it actually brings the reader in and the reader makes it fiction.
Yes, absolutely.
If that's what they did, and again, like I said, I did run my premise by Tom, and he said I was on the right track. It's actually brilliant.
It is.
When you think about it.
Absolutely brilliant, because it could never be called the truth because not everybody would believe it. And that's it.
Melinda, what are your thoughts?
Reading the Red Memoirs years ago, there were a couple of nights that I slept with the light on just because it scared me. And then it became a springboard of understanding how the world works. I mean, he plays it out right there. He shows you right there. When you finally understand, I mean, with the numbers and the signs and how the numbers are relating to even media stories and stuff like that. When I talk to people about memoirs, I go, if you want to know why you haven't made it big in the music industry, you might want to read this book because it will give you an understanding of how why you didn't make it.
Right.
It's all obviously controlled. And once you see it, you can't never go back.
Victoria, how about yourself?
There seems to be a theme out there of what ifs. The Yesterday movie, for example, what if this, what if that, and I think people are accustomed to saying what if this, what if that, and they're kind of used to some sort of fiction being built in around the Beatles. It's been conditioned over the years.
All right, so let's switch gears a little bit here, and let's talk about something that's another controversial piece of the book, where Billy comes out and tells us point blank that the Beatles were a Tavistock project right from the beginning, that the Beatles were never organic. Now, some people will say to me, Mike, that's not true. They were organic when they were 5 years old. And I'm like, no, that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the starting point of which the Beatles started to come together as a group and that progression. That's what we're talking about. I'm not talking about when they were little children. So, Melinda, what's your take on that aspect of Memoirs where Billy is telling us the Beatles were a Tavistock project right from the very beginning?
Well, I do remember reading a couple of days ago where he mentioned that the elites had their eyes on Paul from the beginning, and that if he had gone to a different band, they still would have, like, he was a marked man.
Yeah.
If you go back to what Richard Balducci talks about his birth date, he mentions he picked a bad time to be born. That's a great way to put it. I mean, the more you think about this, the more you go into it, you realize, poor Paul probably had no concept of what was going on around him. That's just kind of the way I look at it. I mean, he got coaxed and pushed in certain directions, but it was was almost like he was born to die in that perspective.
Victoria, what are your thoughts?
Well, do you remember, and I don't know, maybe you haven't seen everything I've seen, but it seems like it came across your channels somehow. Do you remember the radio announcer that went to visit Yoko Ono, and Yoko said, "Oh no, I have to see your astrology chart first." And so he gave her the...
That was the Playboy interview.
Yeah, that's right, the Playboy interview.
Right.
So he gave her the information, and she said, "Oh, yes, well, we can do this." I think that it was something like that. If it wasn't that from the start, now where the start was, I don't know if that was in high school when they had their little group, because I don't even know if you could get high school boys under your thumb that way. Maybe not. But anywhere from where Brian Epstein stepped in forward, definitely not organic. They're the product of a Tavistock think tank. That's where they were conceived. And I kind of wonder if it wasn't astrology charts, as Richard pointed out about Paul's birthday.
Okay, Wendy, what are your thoughts about Tavistock being in it from the very beginning?
Yes, I think they were. I think they were 4 young lads that were easy to manipulate, and I think they were probably watched. And because 4 young lads left to their own devices would not have had the impact and sustainability and success without being controlled. I mean, when you're 20, 21, 22, you know, you want to do what you want to do. You're completely narcissistic, and unless you've got some control around you, you know, you're not going to have that work ethic. And I think that my personal feeling is that they were never organic, and right from the start, and they were watched, and you know, to see if they could be made into what they wanted them to be. And so, you know, the myth of the 4 working class lads that worked hard, got to where they're going, I think is an absolute myth.
I'm with you. You and I agree 100% on that. I believe it to be a myth also, and I've explained to my audience and to folks that speak to me about this and want to know more about it that you have to remember that the same people that created the band are the same people that gave you the backdrop.
Yes.
They're the ones that wrote the narrative. They wrote the magazine articles. They wrote the history. They're the ones that a lot of these websites that are up on the internet today are controlled by the very group, by the controllers, by Tavistock, to ensure that the whole story came together. It wasn't just Tavistock creating a band. They had to create the whole package. They had to package it.
Yes.
And we have pictures of Stuart Sutcliffe going back to when they were back in the days of Hamburg, making Masonic hand signs. So I think what we're all saying is the Beatles, at the very least, from the standpoint of when they signed on a dotted line with EMI, or when Brian Epstein caught up with them, organic was over.
I don't think organic was there from the start.
Yes, I agree with you 100%, Wendy. You and I are on the same page. I believe that they were in the test tube from the very beginning. But let's get Melinda and Victoria to weigh in with whether they agree or not, or with their rebuttal.
Yeah, and the Hamburg thing, I'm not just defending what I said before necessarily, but this could have been something that they knew, that if they're on board with this idealism, that maybe they get to become famous.
Yeah.
You know, but maybe they had, maybe they hadn't been contacted, targeted, worked with already. But definitely, at least by the time Brian Epstein came into the picture, or maybe even a little bit before.
Okay. Melinda, what do you think?
Well, I mean, how much they understood of the occult, who knows? But I think the occult aspect has been on them from the get-go. Even quarryman is another name for what, a mason?
Right.
And that's what, they're in high school at that point. How much their fathers had to do with this is a real questionable aspect, or at least Paul's father. There's just so much to wonder about what was going on as they were little kids. I mean, because even some of the pictures, and gosh, Paul doesn't look anything like his brother.
Mike McCartney.
Yeah. So what's going on with, or McGear? Did he change his name to McGear?
That's his stage name, McGear, yeah.
Yeah. So you kind of go back and forth, it's either maybe right from the beginning or, trying to pinpoint when exactly the occult took over. It's pretty hard to, they pretty much blend.
Yeah. Okay, so let's move to the question that we wanted to discuss about the occult. And I had said previously, it was my mistake, that the ritual that Billy says that Paul and John participated in was in 1962. It was actually in 1963. It was October of 1963. Of course, when this was discussed, when I brought it out on my shows, a lot of people just went absolutely nuts because they in no way could ever believe that Paul McCartney and John Lennon, especially Paul McCartney, could participate in a satanic ritual, what Billy refers to as death for success, right? So Billy tells us in the book that Brian Jones did the same thing, John Bonham, Keith Moon, we can go on and on. We have the 27 Club and so on. So what were your thoughts when you read the book and in the blue book, because it's not in the red book, when you got to the blue book and you read about the ritual, what were your thoughts? And we'll start with Wendy on this. Wendy, what did you think when you read that?
It does sound unbelievable, but it doesn't surprise me. When you move on from that fact and you realise what goes on in the music industry, it doesn't surprise you. And perhaps at the early age, taking part in that was perhaps exciting and, they made you feel important and everything. And perhaps, the thought of death was perhaps just a metaphor for success. And only when it actually happened to Paul, I think, did John realise that, no, this is what happens. I think the controllers made it sound exciting to them, and the thought of being immortal and, as you say, death for success. Perhaps death aspect was the metaphor for them. Perhaps they didn't realise exactly what they were getting into.
Yeah, because we do have to keep in mind that in 1963, Paul was 21 years old, so he was a very, very young guy.
Yeah.
Victoria, what do you think about that whole part of the book where he talks about Paul and John entering into that ritual in 63?
What did I get out of it? This is complicated. I think that, yes, that really did happen. Did it surprise me that they disclosed it? Yeah. I think I was surprised at the disclosure. I think they did do that. They certainly have backed up their information on that. However, growing up, at the time I grew up, we had bands that everyone knew was Satan worshipers. And, they looked it and they acted it and they said it and they sang it. And, they were mostly metal bands or whatever. But the Beatles, at least when they were young, they didn't look that way. And, then they kind of went through the counterculture stage. But so I didn't really expect that growing up. I didn't expect in the beginning to be finding these things out about them, although I'd heard whispers all my life that was true. I didn't really believe it until I read this. I think they were young. I think they thought this was just games that, oh, okay, well, sign here and you'll get $1 million or whatever. And they just did it. They just signed up for whatever. They were probably also tired of being hungry and poor.
Yeah, there's no way of knowing what they were thinking or how much they knew about occultism and the ritual and all that when it took place. So it could very well have been one of those things where they engaged in it and they just didn't take it that seriously. Now, Melinda, what are your thoughts about the ritual aspect of the story?
Well, the book would have, obviously, that part would not have been able to be received at the time that it went down, but the proof is kind of in the pudding. I mean, he mentions right after that line, because I was reading it this morning, is that he said, everybody has done it that's successful, and there's going to be a death in the band. Somebody's going to die in the band. And I talk to people who go, tell me one band that has not had somebody die in it. Really hard to find one, either whether it's somebody, in the band or a loved one. Oh, you see that a lot with Hollywood and stuff. So it was really hard to take. And just like Victoria said, I think they were really young and they had no idea. It was almost entrapment that they were coaxed into doing this. And if they were victims of mind control, were they really in their right mind when it went down in the first place?
That's a premise that I floated out there. I'm not going to bring it up on this show because it's not in Memoirs, but just to touch on it.
Right.
That I believe it's very possible that Paul and John were in mind control programs from a very early age. And the reason why I say that, folks, is because if you take a look at their family structure, their fathers especially, they're really not there. This is very indicative if you do any research into mind control that, they come from families where parents are absentee or they're raised by an aunt or something like that, So that's something that has crossed my mind. I haven't pushed it because it's very difficult to prove, but it is something that I've thought about. Now, also, let's just talk about this a little bit. So when people don't want to embrace or believe the whole occult aspect of the Beatles, we do see many pictures going back to the very beginning where we see one-eyed symbolism, we see Masonic handshakes and that type of thing there. So I'll start with you, Melinda. What do you think about the whole premise that all 4 Beatles were Masons?
Well, like I mentioned before, Quarrymen is kind of a dead giveaway that something is going on there right from the get-go. Now, whether or not in a studio taking pictures, they go, okay, guys, now I want you to do this, whether or not that was a active, conscious decision on the Beatles to do some of the things that they were doing, or the photographers told them to pose like this, or we're going to put this in the background. I don't know, but the cult is all over, even from the very first, with the split lighting.
Yeah, with the Beatles or Meet the Beatles. Yeah, and Please Please Me, their first album, was released in the UK on March 22nd, which is 322, which is the number Skull and Bones, right?
Yeah.
And another interesting thing I want to point out is in the United States, they released an album called Beatles 65. 6 plus 5 is 11. 11's a master number in numerology and Freemasonry, but the Beatles are all holding umbrellas, and umbrellas are another symbol of a mind control program. And another one that I want to touch on, because I keep hearing people say this, and I found an audio track that proves it's not true. When the Beatles did the Butcher album cover with the baby parts and the meat and the smocks, people who don't want to buy into the whole occult aspect of the Beatles will say that they did that reluctantly. They were told to do that. They didn't know what they were doing and all that stuff. But I have an audio of John Lennon when he was asked about the Butcher cover, and John says, I'm paraphrasing here, that he thought it was a hoot, that it was something different, and and then when the cover was rejected in the United States and they had to go to the trunk cover, that it was a disappointment. So I was listening to the interview, and it certainly sounds like that at least John had no problem with the Butcher album cover. And what I'll do is put that clip, that interview, into the show, and the audience can take a listen for themselves.
Well, there's one other perspective, too, is that they were trying to warn everybody. This is what I've heard. They were trying to warn everybody about the things that are going on in the music.
Yeah, I've heard that explanation as well, Melinda, and to me, it's just another form of denial. I'm going to play the clip that I just mentioned of Lennon in an interview talking about the Butcher cover and the fact that he was not at all adverse to doing that photo shoot and releasing that album cover. So I think for people who want to say that they were trying to wake people up and all that stuff, I don't know. I tend to think it's wishful thinking and people holding on to a version of the Beatles that they want to hold on to. They just don't want to go down a path where, perhaps the Beatles and the machinery behind them had that occulted aspect or darker side to it that a lot of people don't want to talk about or know about. So let's play that clip now, and let's take a listen to what John says about the Butcher cover.
I was mentioning to you off the air that the Yesterday and Today album, I always take the cover and I try and peel back.
To look for the dead babies. Yeah.
How did that happen, that album cover that never saw the light of day, or if it did, got pulled off very quickly?
It went out, we took the pictures in London at one of those photo sessions. By then we were really sort of beginning to hate it. A photo session was a big ordeal, and you had to try and look normal, and you didn't feel it. And the photographer was a bit of a surrealist, and he brought along all these babies and pieces of meat and doctor's coats, so we really got into it, and that's how we felt. So I especially pushed for it to be an album cover, just to break the image,
Mm-hmm.
And it got out in America, and they printed it. It's about 60,000 got out, and then there was some kind of fuss, as usual, and they were all sent back in or withdrawn, and they stuck that awful-looking picture which you have in front of you of us sitting, looking just as deadbeat, but supposed to be happy-go-lucky foursome.
You look very unhappy.
Yeah, right. So we tried to, do something different.
Album covers were much simpler then, right? Just a cover.
You just walk in, take your photo, and walk out. Mm-hmm. Especially in America, because we made only, say, 10 albums, actually. In America, there seemed to be 30 of them.
So that's the interview that John did back in 1974 on WNEW out of New York, 102.7. I remember it well. And so I'll let the audience decide for themselves whether the Beatles were adverse to doing the Butcher cover. And so let's switch gears a little bit, ladies, and let's talk about the numbers and the numerology in Memoirs. Billy, of course, talks about the sixes and he talks about the nines. And before I read Memoirs, I was familiar with numerology, but it wasn't until after I read the Red Book that I decided to jump in and to read and learn more about numerology. And so the question I'm going to have, and I'll ask Wendy first, is, Wendy, when you first read Memoirs and the numbers were presented to us, was it something that you understood right off the bat, or was it somewhat baffling?
It was baffling because up until Memoirs, I hadn't done a lot of research at all on numerology, but the more I read Memoirs and the more I researched other than Memoirs, it did make sense. And I mean, Billy sort of perpetuates the nines all the time for Paul as Paul, but he doesn't use the sixes very much. So perhaps if we could find some more information using the sixes, we'd find out some more about Billy.
Yes, he uses the nines whenever he's playing his Paul character. That's how I've kind of netted this thing out. He's 9 when he's Paul, he's 6 when he's Billy. They are releasing the 50th anniversary of Abbey Road. And I put this up on Facebook the other day. The release date is 9/27, September 27th. 27, 2 plus 7 is 9, so we have 9 again. And this is what he does. Victoria, with the numbers, I know in our show that we did with Sharon Tate, you had said that you thought it was nonsense at one point, but then you started to see the patterns, and then you had to switch gears a little bit.
Yeah, I was watching an old episode of Route 66 the other day and went to walk into a house, and the house number was 911. And I was like, this has been going on forever, because that was the early 60s. The nines and the sixes, and they're all over the place. You don't have to make things fit by going back in time and looking at their release dates and whatever. It's very clear that there are some numbers that they are partial to.
Yep. Yeah. Melinda, how about yourself? Did the numbers, were you on board initially, or did you have to look more into it?
Yeah, you read that, and it springboards you into looking into everything else. Really interesting little experiment I did last night, thinking about the 9/11 and written in Roman numerals. I took Billy's birth date of September the 9th and wrote it in Roman numerals. And it's really interesting. It looks like it spells docs. The definition of docs, I looked that up, and it says to publicly identify or publish private information about a person. Well, that's
doxing, yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, the numbers thing, really, he explains so much, and especially with the occult aspect, is that he's trying to explain to you that this is pretty much how the world works.
Yep, and I say to folks all the time, Melinda, that the controllers, they paint by the numbers.
Yes.
And again, this is another one of those things, right? If you're reading it in the book and you don't accept that, I can't tell you how many times people have written me or wrote comments on my Paul is Dead YouTube channel and say, oh, the numbers are just ridiculous. It's nonsense. You can get a number out of anything. If you play around with the numbers long enough, you'll get the result you're looking for. And so those people, when they read Memoirs, are going to reject the numerology right out of hand, and it becomes a fictional aspect of the book, right?
Yep.
So, All right, so now we're talking about the numbers and talking about the occult. And, of course, Billy has a chapter in the book called Masonic Checkmate, which was extremely informative, and he explains what I refer to as the pyramid of power and the different degrees and how many degrees there are. There were 66 in total. And then what was even more interesting in the Blue Book, Tom has a footnote where he tells us that Billy is the Illuminati. So, Wendy, what do you think about that? What do you think about the chapter that talks about Freemasonry, the 66 degrees, and then Tom telling us, and he had to get Bill's permission to do this, that he is the Illuminati?
Yeah, exactly. I found that chapter fascinating. And, as Tom said, as he calls him, William, is the Illuminati. And some Wings and Beatles songs were written by the Illuminati, and the Illuminati writer was William. And that's what he says in chapter 65. I mean, it's absolutely fascinating. And I think Billy is just trying to bring us into the inner sanctum as much as he is able to, showing us why and how this affects the industry and the world we live in. And he's trying to give us a balanced account, I think, on, what happens. And you notice how high up he is when in the company of other acquaintances that will probably be on a lower degree. They almost worship him. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's Barack Obama, and Barack Obama is in absolute awe of Billy in some ceremony in the US.
He had Billy at the White House. Yeah.
Yeah, and no, it's absolutely fascinating. It's a chapter I keep reading and rereading and trying to get more information out of it because it is very important and it's very interesting.
Victoria, how about yourself? Masonic Checkmate and Billy being the Illuminati. What were your thoughts?
Well, I was disappointed that he didn't dox the rest of them because I want to know who they all are. but yeah, I mean, his friends and who he hangs out. I mean, look at him when he's around the Queen. He's happy. He's smiling. He's in his element, obviously. I mean, even when he's on some of the talk shows, I'm not saying he's not polite, but it's obvious to me he would rather be somewhere else doing something else. But I was a little surprised of the disclosure of him being in the Illuminati. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. We're talking about the talk shows, Victoria. I know exactly what you're saying. He comes across many times very cavalier with the host.
Yeah. Yeah, he does. And I'm not trying to say anything negative about him. Actually, I grew a little soft spot after reading the Blue Book for him. I quit calling him Fall and started calling him William.
Yeah.
Because he is. But I was a little surprised. I think that all goes back to the whole age of Aquarius. And now that we're in the age of Aquarius, which I'm unclear when that started, but apparently we're there, this is supposed to be an awakening and enlightening, and we're all supposed to know more things than we did before, and that may be his way of saying it, of disclosing something that people didn't know. I mean, it wasn't that many years ago. I thought that was baloney that about the Illuminati. I'd never even seen it before I watched Jesse Ventura one night. I didn't even know it existed.
And Melinda, what were your thoughts about that chapter and Billy being in the Illuminati? Tom telling us that that's where he sits.
Well, it makes you wonder, whether Crowley was Illuminati, and that whether or not the way people treat Paul is because he's the child of Crowley. You worship one, you worship the sun, type of stuff. I watched his concert he put out like 2005, and they keep zooming in on all these actors that were out in the audience, and it is a definite revere worship of him. He is obviously considered very high up.
Yeah, he is very high up the ladder. And just so the folks know, and I've mentioned this on a couple of shows, I'll just say it real quick. Billy tells us that the pyramid has 66 degrees. The first 33 degrees are the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Then is the 13 degrees of the Illuminati, where Billy sits. And then above those 13 degrees are 20 degrees of people or beings that we will never know. So these are truly people in the shadows or beings that are in the shadows. So that's the 66, 33, 13, and 20. And you add those numbers up and you get 66. Now let's talk a little bit about, in the book, Billy has another revelation via a footnote that Tom put together, that Billy was tutored by Aleister Crowley up until the age of 10 and was in a trauma-based mind control as early as the age of 3. Now, when I read that, I was very surprised. I was shocked. What were your thoughts about that? And we'll start, Wendy, I'll start with you again. That part of the book, tutored by Crowley in a trauma-based mind control program since the age of 3. Or I think they said that was his earliest childhood memory. What did you think when you read that?
I found it quite distressing, actually. I mean, obviously, Crowley was a major influence on Billy, taught him to read backwards and everything else, but the actual prenatal tormenting, abandonment and excessive control, ritual abuse, it's hard to believe, but it's also believable. And the very people that Billy is a part of, the Illuminati, are who supposedly did all this. And, you know, it's hard to think that somebody would be happy to be in the Illuminati while the Illuminati did that to them when they were a child and before birth.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, because people have asked me about that, and I said, if you were raised a certain way, that's your world, and you don't really know any better. In the book, it says that not all of the trauma-based mind control was negative. There was a lot of positive experiences too. And in the book, it says that the reason why they did it was because they had Billy slotted. He was groomed and tapped very early on to have a very powerful position in the world. And they did it so that he would maintain his success, that he would stay on his game, that he would stay focused, that failure was not an option. So what do you think, Victoria? When you read that, were you surprised by it, or what was your take?
It made more sense, actually, because William had, no control over his childhood. And even when he advanced into the Beatles and was in control of everything, he still had not a lot of control. He didn't have all of the control. He may have had some creative control, but he wasn't in control. He was still being handled, and he's still probably being handled by someone, but he is in a system, and that's what he knows, and that's what he is. Basically, I always took the idea that we were talking about Crowley and him being potentially his son, and we know that Crowley had one in 1937, and Crowley's letters state that he instructed the OTO to ensure his care and education after he died. And we know that Bill had, it's obvious he had an education. He was educated. He was, it says on page 107 that he used many names for himself. I don't think that William was even his birth name. I think that's a name that came along later that maybe he liked or is after someone or something like that. And that this person who identified him as a musical prodigy at age 3, I think she probably, in a sense, rescued him, although he probably would have been okay if he was Crowley's son. I think that going the music route was probably a lot easier on him. And we all know who is a music teacher in this whole story and worked with everyone, right?
You're talking about Jane Ash's mom?
Yeah, I think I think that's who he was talking about.
Yeah.
I think that it was his mom. She taught at a exclusive Guildhall School of Music. Lily James went there. She's a blue blood. That all fits, at least in my mind it does, but that's all unfortunate. But in that world of the elites and even their own children, that's how that works.
Yep, that's how it works, and that's what they know. So, Melinda, how about yourself? When you read that, what did you think?
I read it and went, well, of course. Why didn't I think of that before? Because they all do it, right? So why it never occurred to me before that was probably done to him. I mean, look at the way he walks. I mean, you mentioned 2.5 hours on stage and still raring to go. When I saw him in concert 5 or 6 years ago, he obviously had a cold, I was watching when the lights would go out and you could just barely see him. He was sitting at the piano and he was blowing his nose in between songs. He obviously was sick, and he was still up there performing.
Yeah.
I mean, even the way he walks, his posture. I mentioned that the other day. Is man, he's in really good shape for a almost 82-year-old guy. His shoulders are back, and I mean, it looks like he's known nothing but discipline all of his life.
That's right. I agree with that.
Which makes you wonder, you know, what happened to his kids? Have they endured the same thing?
Yeah. Now, what about the piece about Crowley? I think Crowley is mentioned 33 times in the blue cover of Memoirs. So there we have 33. Master number, 33 degrees of Freemasonry, and so on. There's been a lot of debate and discussion, maybe that's a better word, about Crowley's relationship to Billy. Father, uncle, just a bloodline relationship. I'll go to Victoria on this first. I'll just switch it up a little bit here. Victoria, what do you believe is Crowley's relationship to Billy? And let me start maybe this way. Were you even surprised to read so much about Crowley in the Blue Book? And then we could talk about what do you think the relationship is?
No, I wasn't surprised to find it in the Blue Book because I had kind of figured that out somewhere after reading the Red Book and doing research and more research and more research. And even when you put their pictures together, they have the same earlobes. They have the same, there's a lot of facial features that are similar. I had found that old picture of Crowley with a young boy, and it's really hard to see because it's such an old picture, but he even seems to have a prominent toe in the picture. His leg is kind of forward, and you can see a toe that's extended.
Yeah.
And so I wasn't surprised to find that, but I was surprised he said it maybe a little. But he doesn't have the same view of Crowley that we do. No, he doesn't see him. We see him as the most evil man ever or something. He doesn't see him that way.
No, not at all.
So I was glad to read it, though. I mean, because I was starting to think I was crazy for thinking it.
Yeah, in fact, the footnote on page 326 of the Blue Book has my URL in there. And I'll say this, I had no idea that was going to be in the book. No idea. And via Tom, Billy focused in on a particular show that I did with Nick Shylock. And it was Nick who had said that, well, Nick's interpretation of what Billy's feelings were toward Crowley was that he didn't like Crowley, that he hated Crowley, I think is what Nick said. And so evidently the word came down to Tom that you need to correct that because Billy does not hate Crowley. That was very interesting when that came down. In that footnote, anybody who has the Blue Book, read it, the bottom of page 326, and you can see that Billy's making it very clear, and he's saying what Victoria is saying, that he has actually a fond view of Crowley. He certainly is not coming down on Aleister Crowley, not by any stretch. So, Wendy, what were your thoughts when you read about the whole Crowley piece in the Blue Book where it was really expanded upon?
Well, it's another subject I found fascinating, and when I sort of read that Crowley is mentioned 33 times in the text, I just thought 3 + 3 is 6, Billy. So that's, it's little things like that that I tend to pick up on. I would say there's a bold-headed photo of Crowley where we see everywhere, where it's completely full-faced, and his son James and Crowley look almost identical. And, but then again, the photograph could have been manipulated or changed. But there is a very big resemblance between Crowley and James McCartney. I'm still flip-flopping about it. One minute I think he is, and the next minute I think he's just a close relative. So I'm not completely sure on that at the moment. Possibly, yes, his father, but I wouldn't say 100% sure about it.
Okay. And Melinda, what are your thoughts about the Crowley piece of it?
Yeah, I think that's his dad. Obviously, could be wrong about that, but just in the way what I mentioned before is the entertainment industry is all about Crowley. I mean, and if they're all about Crowley, they're obviously going to be all about the son. To me, it seems to connect the dots. And when you were talking about Nick, and when I listened to that interview, I thought that can't possibly be true. He doesn't. I never got the impression that he despises Crowley. I've worked a lot with abused people, and the one thing that I have learned is the people that abuse them so many times until they get therapy and figure it out and stop that cycle, they bend over backwards trying to please the person that's abused them, that caused them trauma.
Well, I'm going to read two things here, and ladies, listen, take a listen here. And I got this from another researcher that periodically sends me emails. And SJ, thank you so much for sending this along. He picked up significant differences between the book and the audio version of the book. So the actual hardcover or the softcover and the audio version, which was narrated by Gregory Martin. So here are the examples that SJ gave me, and I would like for you to comment on it. And when we do, we'll start with Wendy. Chapter 62, Run Devil Run Through the Driving Rain. The book says, I especially enjoyed working with my son. The audio says, I especially enjoyed working with my son, Askan, A-S-K-A-N. So I was unaware because I haven't listened to the audio book yet. I started it, but I haven't gotten very far into it. And so I didn't know about these discrepancies. So there's something there that we could take a look at a later date. But here's another one that I found very interesting. Chapter 64, Don't Let Your Inaction Blow It. The book says, learning of my relative's role made it unbearable. And they're talking about 9/11. The audiobook says, learning of my nephew's role made it unbearable. So SJ goes on to say, here he is presumably talking about George W. Bush being his nephew, if we assume both Billy and Barbara Bush to be the illegitimate children of Aleister Crowley, implicating him directly in 9/11. Isn't that very interesting? That we actually have differences between the written book and the audio book, which is, I'm looking at this as more of Billy giving us more clues. What are your thoughts about that, Wendy?
Yeah, that was very telling. I thought. I mean, it makes you wonder how many more discrepancies there are between the audio and the book. But if you take it at face value and you do think it's George Bush he's talking about, then obviously Crowley is his father, and that's all you can really take from it. And until you try and prove otherwise, and as that's in the audio book, why would he put it there unless it was true?
So, Victoria, this discrepancy in the between the audiobook and the text, what do you think about that? Is it a mistake, or do you think it's another clue?
It's not a mistake. If it were a mistake, it would be edited.
Yeah. All right. And Melinda, what do you think?
Well, I mean, it's just more and more disclosure as time goes on. If 9 years from now there's another book, it's going to be even that much more disclosure, although I don't think Bill's going to make it that long, but you never know. You know, and the whole thing with the 9/11 thing just fits in right in with the occult. You know, even to the point that his nephew was reading a book about a goat to the kids when the whole thing was going down.
My Pet Goat.
Yeah, the whole 9/11 thing, and you know, thank God you had Richard Balducci on, because he really explains so much of that.
And Richard will be back.
Good.
There's a chapter in Memoirs that talks about Paulism. And I had to actually read the chapter a number of times for me to start to really understand what was going on there, what was Billy telling us. So what I wanted to do was just to get your impressions of what you believe he was telling us that Paulism was or is. So, Wendy, I'll start with you. When he talks about Paulism in the book, what do you think he's actually referring to?
I think he's talking about how he channels Paul and how being Paul affects him. But I also get the feeling it's like an agenda-based form of Beatle Satanism. It's trying to overthrow certain belief systems that we all have. And I think, in a way, the word or the name Paulism is a sort of soft option name for what it is, which is Satanism. That's my take on it.
Okay, that's also, of course, you've seen the video I put out, and that's pretty much my take on it. It is a a form of Luciferianism / Satanism
Yeah.
that was put in play to overturn the traditional morals, traditional way of living, lifestyle at the time, right before the Beatles had hit the scene. So in the book, it says in 1962, in a footnote that Tom has in there, that the Illuminati declared war on Christianity in 1962. So I'm in agreement with you. I believe Paulism was one of those initiatives that was put into play to overturn the old guard and to roll in the new guard, right? And I'm not saying, again, I always have to say this because I get these comments. People will write, are you a Satanist? Are you Luciferian? No, I'm just explaining what is being discussed in the book and trying to interpret what it is that they're telling us. And that's what I got out of it.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Victoria, how about yourself? Paulism, what was your takeaway?
I took it that it was idolism, idolatrism, whatever the proper word there is, and that it was almost like a new strain of like there was a religion where they cut out a sliver and made a new religion. I think that in the music industry that you see little crumbs ode to Paulism here and there in videos. You know, you'll see, like, I watched one the other day and it had a moped up in a tree and a barber seat and some broken records. And I was like, that's Paulism. You see it in the movie The Thing You Do. The bass player has no name. It's kind of a Paulism. So that's how I interpreted it.
Okay. And Melinda, how about yourself?
Well, yeah, I definitely, interpreted it as some form of channeling, being raised Catholic and being married to a Russian Orthodox for quite a few years. I understand they get their saints and somehow the saint attaches themselves to it. So there is some kind of spiritual validity to it. Now, whether or not it's good, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Now, let's move to something that was also very controversial in the book. I recently did a presentation on it, and it caused a little bit of a ruckus, I would say, in certain corners of the Paul is Dead research community, and that has to do with Billy's claim that he played a version of Stanshall and also played a version of Phil Ackrill. And I'll start with Melinda on this. What were your thoughts before the presentation, and what were your thoughts after the Stanshall presentation? Did it change your mind, or did you think all along, yeah, I think he played a version of Vivian Stanshall and Phil Ackrill?
Oh, I think right from, you confirmed it with your video, but he says it right there in the book. Look at my son.
Right.
He looks exactly like Vivian Stanshall, and he's right. I made a comment the other day, is like, Bill, I see in your face James McCartney, I see Vivian Stanshall, I see bits of Phil Ackrill. I don't see Paul McCartney anymore. Everything is kind of reverting back to before all the surgeries and stuff, and really, basically, by saying that, I'm seeing who he really is.
Yeah.
Instead of the facade.
Victoria, your thoughts. When you first read about the Stanshall piece in the book, was it something that you bought into, or was it not until later that you gave it more consideration, and where do you stand with it today?
I think it finally explained when I'm 64. He has a liking towards some vaudeville and some other ragtime types of music, which that's fine. And I just think Stanshall was a hobby for him to release. He could go back to other types of music and have some fun. And I think he's a workaholic, and it was another form of work, but yet it wasn't work. It was fun a little bit. So it just explained a lot to me where some of that music came from.
Wendy?
100%. In fact, I couldn't, if somebody was to try to convince me that he didn't, I just couldn't believe it. To me, he created the character of Vivian Stanshall, and it's amazing to me when you see Street Viv and Billy in various videos and interviews, how people cannot see that it's two different people. I mean, body language, their stance, hands, everything. I mean, it's a very clever character, and it's obvious. You can't unsee it. Once you watch the videos, you can't not see that it's Billy, even underneath.
Yeah, he played a version. And the problem is that, and I know, Wendy, you and I have talked about this in the past, where the problem with the Vivian Stanshall piece is when claims are made that there was one Vivian Stanshall. And when we take a look at it, we could see that there are two different people playing Vivian Stanshall. I also want to say that when I did this piece of work on Stanshall and Ackrill, I wasn't going out there to try to upset somebody's cart. And I'm talking about Street Viv's family. All I was doing was taking what Billy had put in the book, as I mentioned much earlier in this discussion, and using it as a foundation to understand, is this true or not? Because when I first read the Red Book, and I read about the Stanshall piece, I didn't even know who Vivian Stanshall was, because here in the U.S., nobody knew who he was. And so I had to learn who Vivian Stanshall was to start, and then I had to rummage through the different pictures and the videos and the music and all that stuff to kind of parse it and figure out which end was up.
And also, I mean, you would understand this more than I do, but the way he holds instruments are exactly the same when he plays. And those things I don't think you can really fake. You can fake your hair, you can wear the latex, the costumes, whatever, but actually physically holding an instrument to play it properly, you're going to hold it the same, whether you're Billy or Viv. And that's something I noticed when I sat and watched a lot of videos of him, especially Urban Spaceman, and then I watched some Billy videos, and they hold instruments and the way they compose themselves the same. You can't really fake that.
Yeah, Billy's posture is very upright. He has very good posture. And what I noticed was, not that Street Viv doesn't have good posture, but Billy has very good posture.
Yeah.
And that was one of the things that I noticed right off the bat, that they stand differently, they move differently. In any case, so it sounds like everybody here is sold on the fact that the Stanshall claim in the book is truthful.
Yes, definitely.
All right, so we touched on this a little bit in the beginning, but we'll expand on it here. In the book, Billy wants us to get to know him a little better. And after reading Memoirs, how do you feel about that? You feel like you want to know him any better? Is he somebody that you can go out and get a drink with and shoot the breeze with, or would you just rather keep him at arm's distance? Melinda, I'll start with you.
Well, on a human level, just one soul to another, that would probably be a very enjoyable conversation. He does mention that he feels so isolated that all he has to do is start having a conversation with somebody, and he can tell that their pulse is racing and their eyes are full of excitement and stuff, and he can't ever have actual human conversation, one person to another, because they're so enamored with who he is that he can't get past that. To have a conversation with him, from my perspective, he would just be just another person, you know. I'm just not really into idol worship that much anyway. So yeah, I would love to have a conversation with him, just to know who he is.
Yeah, get a better feel for him in person.
Yeah, not with me, you know, oh my God, that type of stuff, but just having a conversation from one soul to another.
Right. Victoria, how about yourself? Do you have any interest after reading the book, if you had the opportunity to meet him, to get to know him a little better?
Yeah, I'd like to meet him, and I wish that it could be real, where I addressed him as William and talk about, maybe his music from '66 on, and have a conversation. I mean, I didn't feel that way after reading the Red Book, but I most certainly did after reading the Blue Book and reading about Linda and emotions and different things. I mean, he is a human being, and he's a human being I wouldn't mind knowing a little bit, although the Illuminati thing's a little weird, but yeah, I would love to have a conversation with him and get to know him a little better.
Wendy?
I like him. In fact, I think I like him more now than I did before I knew who he was. That doesn't make sense. But I like his compassion for animals and vegetarianism and climate and all those type of things. But I just wonder, I get the feeling he's extremely adept in compartmentalizing his life, and he's self-assured, which possibly could come off as arrogance at times. But I just wonder whether the mind control and the ritual abuse could have infiltrated his personality in some way. So, when he's being Paul and he's out there and people say, oh, God, he's a bit arrogant, or he's everything, it's to do with the mind control and not his natural, innate personality. I'd like to know one way or the other.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's a good point, actually. Now, we know that the Paul is Dead community is fractured. There's not unity, believe it or not. There are those that are out there, and there are many people that think this way. They believe that, Billy should be arrested and he should go on trial and he should pay for whatever it is they believe that Billy has done. My position on this has been that, that type of outcome is never going to happen because of the way the world works. And Billy is firmly embedded inside the pyramid. As we mentioned earlier, he is in the Illuminati. And so that scenario that some people are chasing is just never going to happen. It's wheel spinning. So I'm going to ask each one of you where you think this is going for Billy. How do you think that it's all going to end for him? In other words, how are they going to treat Billy on the way out? Wendy, I'll start with you. What do you think happens with Billy once the curtain closes? Does he go to jail, or is there a ticker tape parade for him?
Ticker tape. I really do think that. I think up until that time, I think we'll get continued disclosure up to his passing. And I really do think when he does pass, the controllers, I think, will just turn his passing into hero worship and adulation, and perhaps the adulation that he didn't have in life that Billy will achieve in death. And I do think it will be a ticker tape parade. I don't think anything will happen. I think his family will probably be well versed in what will happen, how to answer various questions when he's gone. But I think he'll be made into a hero for doing what he did for the Pyramid of Power and for the music industry.
I agree. Melinda, what is your take? What do you think is going to happen once he closes in on departing this world?
I think I read something recently about that giant wheel in London that they were talking about naming that after him. It looks like a giant eye. 90% of the people still think that Oswald killed Kennedy. They're not going to, really, seriously, they're not going to do anything to him. Anybody who thinks that he's going to get his punishment is just, they're living a pipe dream, really. I mean, we can't even figure out about exonerating Oswald, much less this. And just like Wendy said, when the truth finally comes out, they will treat him like he's a saint for what he did, not that it was a bad thing. I mean, the whole concept of, stopping little girls from killing themselves and all that kind of stuff, that's probably going to be brought up again.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's going to get statues in his favor and all that kind of stuff. I mean, because really the elites are controlling the whole thing anyway.
Right.
So anybody who thinks that they can, that they're going to do anything other than that, they just don't understand how the world works.
I made the remark that they would probably erect a statue of him at Buckingham Palace at 66 feet tall.
Nice numbers there.
Victoria, what are your thoughts about Billy leaving, and how do you think it's going to be handled by the controllers?
I think he is working on his bucket list right now. I think he'll have his own obelisk roundabout there in London somewhere. I think that, I don't mean this in the bad way, but that kid in high school that was always so special, and they always got special treatments because their parents were special, and it kind of feels like that. It kind of feels like, they're going to make sure that for what he's done. When I say what he's done, it really isn't about the music. It was about the change to society.
Right.
It's what he wanted, the New World Order. He's brung it. It's what they wanted, and they're going to say job well done. And, he'll have statues and music schools and whatever else named after him. I don't have a lot of faith that there's going to be a lot more disclosure, although I know in the book he said it would be disclosed. I don't think that there's going to be a lot because they just don't want to have to fight all these people who don't believe it, you know. I think they've done a lot of the disclosing now, and we're going to get some more nuggets, and that's going to be the end of it, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, Tom tells us full disclosure won't happen until after he passes away. So, you know, that'll be interesting when that happens, and I have no idea how they're going to roll that out. We'll have to wait and see. He did tell me that there is a major piece of work underway. I believe it to be a documentary, but it's expected to be released once he passes. So we'll have to, like I said, wait and see how this rolls out. And by the way, I also want to mention that, you know, we're here talking about what he's done on behalf of the Pyramid of Power, what he's done for the New World Order and the agenda and all that stuff. For the listening audience, we're not saying that we agree with what's being rolled out. What we're doing here is we're giving you the perspective of how they would treat his departure based upon what he's done for them. And I want to make that very clear because, like I said, a lot of times they get these crazy comments and emails and people misconstrue the point that I'm making, or in this case, that we're making. I have two more questions. I know this has been a long one, so just bear with me. If you had the opportunity to ask Billy one question, now Vince Russo asked me this. It was a great question that Vince asked me. What would you ask him? So if you had the opportunity to ask Billy one question, what would you ask him? And we'll start with Melinda.
I would probably ask him, was it worth it? The pressure that he put on his own children, living his life a lie all this time. I mean, he mentions a lot of times that possessions don't really mean that much to him. You know, is that fiction part of it? I don't know. He loved his little, you know, he talks about being born a young country boy.
Yeah.
That's really who he's all about. He missed his face. I remember that part really hit home because if there's one thing that you connect with, it's your face that sets you apart from anybody else. And so he was staring at a stranger in the mirror every time he looked in the mirror. Was it worth it?
Yeah, that's a great question. Victoria, what would you ask Billy if you had one question to ask him?
Well, originally, I would have said, was it worth it? But since we've already been there, I'm going to say, is Aleister Crowley really your dad?
Yeah, get it from the horse's mouth, right?
Right.
Wendy, what would you ask?
I'd ask him, or comment, you seem to have a grudge against Paul. Why is that? When I started to write down the questions I had for him, they came to 51, so I had to whittle it down.
Which is 6.
Oh, yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, that's what I'd ask him. Why do you seem to have a grudge against Paul? Because he does seem to like knocking his voice and his appearance. I think in Memoirs he says his voice was throaty and raspy and his voice sort of worn out and things like that. I don't think it's necessary really to sort of say things like that, and I'd like to know why he does have a grudge.
Yeah, you know, it almost comes across like the classic case of knocking somebody else down in order to pick yourself up.
Yeah.
Right. And maybe I'm not making excuses for him, but maybe that has something to do with the mind control program that he was in, you know?
Yeah.
Where he has to constantly reinforce to himself that he is the best and he's better. I don't know. Great question, though. Great question. Okay, so here's the last question, I promise. Now, we know that not everybody has read the Memoirs of Billy Shears, and we know that there are people within the Paul is Dead community that have not read it, but they still want to comment on it, I might add. So let me ask this question. Is it possible to research Paul is Dead without reading this book, or is the book a must? And so, Wendy, I'll start with you.
No, I think it is a must because it's obvious that, you know, Billy is behind this book, and you know, it gives a basis on which to go and research other things. But I don't think you can really call yourself a researcher if you broadcast and write books if you don't read it. I mean, just to debunk or discredit you really need to read everything that's out there, because the other books that have been out there for the Beatles, they've only really contained the narrative, which would have come from the Pyramid of Power. I mean, this is from an authentic resource, so why wouldn't you want to read it if you're a genuine researcher?
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Melinda, what are your thoughts?
I concur exactly what she said, is that if you're, and I'm using the quote here, going down every rabbit hole to investigate this case, why would you balk at this book? If you want to prove that it's not true, why wouldn't you read it? I read another researcher's book at the same time I read this Memoirs for the second time, just to see how well they line up. There's obviously some differences, but I don't understand how anybody would not want to read it to have covered every basis that they could.
Yeah, even if you didn't agree with it, let's just say, right, you would want to understand,
Right.
The components in the book, and because you are definitely going to get something out of it, right? Okay, so again, fair enough. And Victoria, what are your thoughts? If you're really doing Paul is Dead research and you really want to get to the bottom of the story or the conspiracy, can you go without reading this book?
It's a must read. The internet's a great tool, but there's a lot of pollution out there. I think the book is as important as the Sgt. Pepper album cover is in PID. I really think it's that important.
Great. All right. Well, I mean, that's my take on it too. And as I have mentioned in my shows, read everybody's book, because you're going to get something out of it. And if there's stuff that doesn't resonate with you, then leave it on the table. If there's stuff that does resonate with you, then take it with you and put it in your toolbox and use it as you pursue your research. All right, so we have reached the end of our show here, except I'm going to go around the table one more time and ask each of you if you have anything else you'd like to say that perhaps I didn't cover here in the outline. And we'll start with you, Melinda.
Okay, there was one paragraph that really hit me deeply more than anything else in the book, and it made me very empathetic to Bill. I think of Bill as another tragic player in this whole mess. To quote Memoirs on page 211, I had to give myself reason to justify deeply hidden levels of self-betrayal. I had to eventually deal with my self-loathing that made me willing to drop my own identity, give up who I was in order to be someone else. For some dead guy I didn't even know, I had to win at all costs.
Yeah, that's pretty honest. Victoria, anything that you want to talk to us about or close with here that I didn't cover?
Page 371 of the Blue Book points out that if Paul died in a car accident, it would not be considered an accident in Satanic code. Well, I've always thought that Paul wasn't the one in the car. It was one of the doubles, but I think he was killed some other way. And the car crash was just a story. On page 157, it even says that Paul's father and stepmother did not positively identify his remains, and his dental records were of no help due to the injuries. So we never really knew that was Paul in the car crash.
Yeah, there are people in the Paul is Dead research community that do question the car crash narrative. The clues certainly point to a car crash, but who really knows? But related to that, there are people that believe that biological Paul McCartney was swapped out, but that he didn't die. So what's your view on that, Victoria? And we'll go around the table and ask Wendy and Melinda as well. Is biological Paul dead, or is he still walking around alive and well?
He did indeed die back in 1966, and probably on September 11th. He did die. I think some of these other people that you see out there, again, might be some of the doubles that are still floating around that they have to do, have to have them on a payroll or something. They have to take care of them somehow so that they don't talk, especially as they get older. But I do think that he did pass away. And the genuine grief that you see in John and George, that's not fake. That's real.
Yeah, like at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, that speech that George gave, right?
Yeah, my guitar gently weeps.
Yeah.
And just John going off the rails. I mean, he melted down there. He kept going because he had to, but he was a mess. And I think that's why he lost his two best friends in life.
Melinda, going back to you for 1 second, then we'll end with Wendy. The question about whether biological Paul could possibly still be alive, or whether you believe he actually died back in '66. What's your take on that?
Oh, yeah, he died. How can you hide him all this time?
Yeah.
You know, the date is pretty consistent with so many very unusual and tragic things that have happened on September 11th. I just don't see how they could possibly hide him all this time. It's easier, dead men tell no tales. It's easier to get away with this. And, you know, the part where he talks about that, you know, somebody in the band is going to die when the deals are made.
Well, you're on a point, Melinda, that I've made a couple of times on a number of shows. It's just a whole lot easier for Tavistock to manage this entire psychological operation if biological Paul McCartney is not in the picture, meaning that he's deceased, he's dead. You know, these deep state factions, they're looking for the road of least resistance, you know? So we're on the same page, Melinda. Wendy, how about you? Is biological Paul dead, or is it possible that he could still be alive?
I believe he died. It would be wonderful to think he's out there somewhere, sunning himself in the Bahamas or something like that. But I think, as you say, he's collateral damage, and he's gone, I think. And that's what I think. He definitely died, I think, in the car. I think there's too much emphasis on that, and it's a nasty thing to happen. So why would you describe it if it didn't happen? You could do so many other things in the narrative than talk about a car crash and how he lost his hair and, you know, he's decapitated and or whatever. It's too nasty to not be true, if that makes sense. You know, you could describe it in so many other ways.
The other thing that makes this virtually impossible to solve, it's a lot like the Kennedy assassination. It's 53 years ago, over half a century. And think about anything that somebody has tried to resurrect or dig up from decades ago. It's not going to happen.
No.
You know, it's just not going to happen. Anyway, so I want to thank you ladies for coming on the show and talking about this. It was a fabulous discussion. I want to thank each one of you for all of your help over the last 3 years, for your support, for your insights, your feedback, and everything else that you've helped me with as I've been on this journey. This is the first of 3 final presentations or interviews that I'm going to do, and I'm going to wrap up the ongoing research. So this was a great way to kick that off. I do believe that we collectively have done a very nice job of pulling together a lot of the pieces of the puzzle to this conspiracy, and I know that it has made a lot of sense to a lot of people. And I know this because of the feedback that I receive from the emails, the PMs, the comments, and so on. So there's definitely an awareness and an awakening, I believe, of people that are really starting to suspect that Paul McCartney did indeed pass away back in '66.
Yes, definitely. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. So, I mean, you know, you open my eyes to all this and many other subjects. But I have noticed in the past year, many more people are questioning, putting comments, far more than before. So I think people are really waking up. They may not have the full picture, they may only have part of the puzzle, but they are definitely questioning much more, I've noticed.
No, that's good. That's a good thing.
Mike, I want to thank you for not just for this subject, but for taking me so far ahead in the truth movement and opening my eyes to so many things. God is definitely blessing you with incredible wisdom, and I just can't express how grateful I am.
Thank you, Melinda.
To any PID people out there who want to keep it going, my advice to them, look at the Lewis Carroll connection. I think that's never really been talked a lot about, and I think there's a lot there. Anyway, thank you. You made a difference in our lives, in a lot of people's lives.
Amen.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, you guys are too kind, gals. I always say guys. I'm so sorry. Gals are very kind. And what I'll do is I'm going to have the show out. I'm going to have it uploaded by September 11th. Somebody actually wrote me a comment that said, "Why are you using an occulted date?" And I said, "That's the day that Paul McCartney died." I'm like, oh my God. So anyway, so we're going to put it up on September 11th. Share it and see if we can wake some more people up. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. And I'll catch up with you on Facebook. And again, I'll have the show out within the next few days.
What are your thoughts to close all of this in terms of the lesson we're learning about this incredible saga of the Beatles music?
Well, that the world is an illusion, that you shouldn't have idols, you shouldn't be worshiping, and that's exactly what happens. You know, we put rock stars and entertainers and celebrities on pedestals, and then you worship them. You worship them by spending money to buy their products, to buy their CDs, to go see their movies, and so on. So really, that's a part of your energy, right? Because you have to go work to go make the money, and then you're taking your energy in the form of money, and you're giving it over to them. It's also where you're putting your thoughts. It's where you're putting your consciousness. And so it's idol worship. So what we're getting from the Beatles is we're breaking down, taking down, tearing down one of the largest worshiping institutions of all time by the population. Millions of people worship and have the Beatles on a pedestal. And by taking it down, by tearing it down, it's a good thing. It's a good thing because we now see, for folks that have eyes to see and ears to hear, that it's all fabricated. It's not real. The Beatles story that you were told is not real. And by digging into this conspiracy, Charlie, a lot of people will say, well, you know, who cares? It's just a musician. Why do we care about this? I even have people in the truth community who think that I'm wasting my time on this and I should be talking about something that they think is important, right? I have to correct them all the time. I said, look, this conspiracy teaches you about the pyramid of power. It teaches you about Luciferianism. It teaches you about the occult. It teaches you about mysticism. It teaches you about Tavistock. It teaches you about social engineering. It teaches you about magic, Crowley. It teaches you how a massive psychological operation was pulled off from beginning to end. Doubles, lookalikes. So when we break it down that way, what other conspiracy does that for us? So when we talk about McCartney and the Beatles, we're really, really digging into the bowels of how this reality works. That is the takeaway from this. And that's the beautiful part about what Billy gave us in the book, The Memoirs of Billy Shears. Whether you love him or hate him or you're indifferent, set that aside. He's allowing us to take a peek behind the curtain. He's bringing us in, to a certain degree, into the inner circle to help us understand how it works and why it's doing what it's doing. And that's why it's such a powerful area of research to look into. But in order to do it, you have to drop the subjectivity. You have to drop your belief systems. And you have to get to the point where you are incredibly objective. Forget about all the stuff you read about the Beatles. Forget about this song, that song. Forget all that stuff. And just focus on what it's really all about. And once you do that, then you can take that knowledge and that wisdom and you can extrapolate it and you can apply it to all other conspiracies. Because now you have an understanding of how this machine works, how it does these things, and why it does these things. What are they doing? Oh, they're mind controlling the masses. They're social engineering. Why are they doing it? What's going on here is the controllers are implementing Luciferianism, and it's well on its way. I put a video up called The Cult of Paulism, which is Luciferianism, and that's what the Beatles are all about. In the book, The Memoirs of Billy Shears, they talk about Paulism. Paulism is a form of Luciferianism, Satanism. If some people don't like Luciferianism and they don't like Satanism, we can call it the cult of Dionysus. This is what's being implemented. This is road that they have humanity on.